slain.
Shouldn't have engaged that.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Satan gave me this mess. Alive the devil, I should have said that.
An ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Allied tower destroyed.
Would you build aggressive? Oh fuck, are you joking?
Battery low. Charging battery.
Enemy has been slain.
Just in case.
Has been slain. Enemy tower destroyed. An ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Unlucky.
Double kill. An allied tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Allied tower destroyed. Allied tower destroyed. Allied inhibitor is under siege. Allied inhibitor destroyed. Allied inhibitor destroyed. Allied core is under An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
What? What is this game, dude? I wonder if there's an update or some shit. What is going on?
Ah, the logical choice.
Mic feedback off. Mic feedback on.
Some weird game shit going on. Damn, 7-minute queue. Mm. On the mic status. What you talking about on the mic status? What you talking about, Pep? Oh, yeah. Because I accidentally hit my... It's tied to my mouse, too. Hey, she doesn't sound so bad, though.
Mic feedback off. Mic feedback on.
She doesn't sound so bad. She sounds like a nice, respectable young lady. Hmm. She probably is. Ruzix. There we are. I have a cup. It's a fancy cup. Got my own merch. I bought my own merch because nobody else is. I wanted to see what the quality was actually. It was like a pretty tough top cover, a really good seal. I don't know how good it'd hold up in a dishwasher though. It doesn't have the gross metal sound, or excuse me, smell. It's not so bad. I'd give it a 6. I'd give it a 6 out of 10. I actually had a guy at work buy one of my t-shirts, and somebody else bought a sweatshirt. Somebody's bought some stickers. What else? I think somebody's going to be buying a fanny pack here pretty soon. The crowd's small, but it's loyal. Mostly loyal. Which one do you want to see? The hoodie, the jacket? But I got all kinds of random ass shit. I mean, it's nothing, incredible. It's just my logo. If I can get, they're on other people. I don't have all that stuff. That's friends and stuff that bought them. I got a t-shirt. It's hanging up. I'll probably put it on later anyway. It's actually pretty soft. It fits well.
How about it? Clarity and control. The logical choice.
This song is 1 BPM off from the timer of the game starting. That was really cool. It was almost perfect. Oh, Pep. You shouldn't have. That's super, man, that's super awesome. I appreciate that. While I super duper and genuinely appreciate it, I know that my commercials are annoying, and I'm sorry that you have to deal with them. If I could choose, I wouldn't have any commercials. Yeah. I know. I appreciate you. Oh, you know I had the dance with Decker? I had one emote and it was the dance, right? Watch. I only have one emote now and something happened where they just changed it to a wave. It's so disappointing. I had all the single ladies shit, man.
It's our sport.
Bro. Don't get shit on, dude. Let's go. Focus. We got this. Just relax. Holy shit! That was a lot of burst. Was that? I thought it was at full health. Jeez, I'm fucking criminy, dude.
An ally has been slain.
Thank you. Should be a little better. turned it up a little bit with your input, so I appreciate it. That's bullshit. Ooh. You're awfully brave down there, Sparrow. I gotta get boots. I'll do sub first.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Remember how it used to be. Remember when you were still in love with me.
I'm gonna have to ninja my way in here. Back in this a little bit. Thank you. That was your exit. Oh, bro. Oh, bro. Thank you.
Slain. An ally has been slain.
heart, my soul. Don't have the mana. Okay. Do I need light here? Am I pasty? That's as bright as it'll get because I'm super white. Let's go blue.
Enemy
They're
tower
gold.
destroyed. An ally has been slain. An allied tower is under
But why?
ally has been slain.
But why?
Allied tower destroyed.
You were doing so good.
Allied tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
that's a. If they can get there, it's a wipe. No wipe.
An enemy has been slain.
3v2. I see you over there, dude. They're not liking me, man. Get some Thai tea, little boba. I could eat me some Asian all day long. I dig this shit. Filipino, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, don't matter.
An ally has been slain. Ally has been slain.
But why?
Every smile comes my reality. Irony. You won't find out what has been killing me. Can't you see me? It breaks my heart 'cause I know you're the one for me. Can't you see? And you will never know. I will never show. And you will never know what I need from you. No. And you will never know. I will never show what I feel, what I need from you. No. And you will never know.
An enemy has been slain.
Mic off. Mic feedback off.
Every smile comes my
Mic on.
reality.
Mic feedback on.
Irony. You won't find out what has been killing me. Can't you see me? It breaks my heart 'cause I know you're the one for me. Don't you feel sad there never was a story?
An
Obviously.
enemy has been slain.
And you will never know. I will never show What I
Ally has been
feel,
slain.
what I need from you, no.
Double kill.
And you will never know. I will
There we go.
never show
Come back to subs. Calculate.
what I feel, what I
level down.
need from
Okay.
you, no.
But our rank, how's he doing? 10, 5, 5, 1.
An ally has been slain. Allied tower destroyed.
And you will never
Enemy has been slain.
what I feel, what I need from you, no. And you will never know. I will never show what I feel, what I need from you, no.
An ally has been slain. An allied tower is under attack. Allied tower destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Good job.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
What?
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
This fucking game, dude. I'm pretty sure that's like the third stun that I should have activated.
An ally has been slain.
That was a good rally.
An allied inhibitor is under siege. Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An allied tower is under attack.
You lucky shit.
An ally has been slain. Allied tower destroyed.
Jeez. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Enemy tower destroyed.
We got a tower.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Ow. Well, I'll be damned.
Allied tower destroyed. Enemy tower destroyed. Enemy tower destroyed. Been slain. An ally has been slain. Been slain.
shit.
An enemy has been slain. Allied
It does seem like I'm getting better performance having the FPS locked at 60. I wonder if there's some type of like built-in issue that like it just tries to crank out as much FPS as it can, and it literally allows the full pull from the GPU. And if I'm using hardware encoding versus software, GPU versus CPU, it might be causing some type of irregular performance issues. So I'm willing to bet if I went full software encoding, H264 via CPU, I bet it would alleviate the issue. But why have all the VRAM of a fucking 39 if you're not going to be able to use it? It's just frustrating. Bro, what are you doing? No. Notify general, no. Ugh.
slain. Slain. been slain.
Actually, let me clear this wave.
An ally has been slain.
I deserve that. I deserve
An
that.
enemy has been slain. Enemy tower destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy inhibitor destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
CD10, power 45, 55. No, it's not quite worth it. The luck one's pushed up though. excuse me for a moment.
Mic
enemy
off.
has
Mic
been
feedback
slain.
off. Mic on. Mic
What a
feedback on.
What a thing to come back to. I appreciate that little raid, y'all. Sorry, I had to excuse myself here. Had like 45 seconds to go take a little potty break, so. Nazen, Nazen, Schnotz, either way, I appreciate it. You're a better man than I. I gotta find my carry. We're doing alright. It's a relatively close match. Somebody slaps.
Ally has been slain. Double kill. Allied in triple kill. Allied inhibitor destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
You guys gotta get him, and he is peppering you guys hard. Don't.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Allied inhibitor destroyed. Allied inhibitor destroyed. Enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. You have taken the ore prime. Enemy has been slain.
Missed that, that's okay.
been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Bro, I'm trying, man. I'm I've been just supporting my team, dude. Like, hey, let's push mid when our other lanes are. Oh my gosh, bro. And then we have this back and forth all game long that we're doing so far.
Double kill.
I want to, man. I ain't trying to be here fighting all day, dude. Look at the time up there, the top middle, bro. 62 minutes in this fucking game, dude. You know, ain't nobody got time for that. Oh shit, I ain't got no mana. I'm so fucking
Enemy has been slain.
I didn't do shit for that shot. Dude, I don't doubt that a single bit. What should I get? Fucking Nirvana or Stasis? What's Nirvana, power 75. How much will Stasis give me? Good night. Oh shit. Of course my game crashes just now too. The game just crashed. My game would crash at the end. Maybe it's trying to tell me something, dude. Yeah, I deserve it.
The logical choice.
Ban me. I'm gonna get back in, bro. The game's gonna be over because I don't have my stuns and they're fucking playing.
Ally has reappeared. An enemy has been slain.
It's a good sound, though.
Double kill.
It's a really good sound.
Triple kill.
That's GG.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
So they're 3 down or 2 down.
Taken the orb prime.
Is that us or them that got the Orb Prime? There's so much shit going on right now, bro. Bro, let me back in, bro. I couldn't tell. I couldn't. I'm not in the game yet, so I couldn't tell if we got it or not. Oof.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Jeez. Well, I managed to keep a 5 KDA that match though. 61 to 50. Look how close it was, though. 88. Yeah. They didn't have shit for assists. Well, I guess we had okay assists. Mostly assists won that match. Okay. Oh, snipe him. I'm banned, bro. I played the last match and I still managed to get banned somehow. Tell me the logic in that. Jeez. Come on, game. If you continue to leave games, you may receive penalties. I am not trying to leave the game. I'm trying to play the game. Good lord, man. There we go. Oh, sure, Pep. Come on in. Where you at? Who are you on? Lordy, I can't remember. Are you Bougie? I can't remember who you are. I think you're Bougie. Yeah, there you are. if you wanna come chat, Pep, come on through. I'm in my Discord. Or if you wanna have your own Discord, I don't care either way.
Hi.
Hey, hey, how we doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, you know, just vibing off of one of the last match. I'm a little bit sleepy, but I'm okay.
Okay. So what time you usually like work?
Well, whenever I'm sleepy, generally it's not because of a late bedtime or an early morning. It's usually because I don't think my body hits REM and I'm just exhausted for some reason.
I feel that a lot too as I'm getting older. I feel like it's hard to get a deep sleep.
Yeah, I was. Oh, do you mind if I invite somebody?
I don't mind.
Oh, fart. Sorry. I'm gonna try to join you to this new party.
Okay.
Wow, got a little 4-stack. Okay. You just wanted to get one game in, or was there a specific reason why you're just playing for one game?
Um, I just want to play with you. It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't seen you. I think. Have you been playing something else, or have you not been on very much?
Has not been on. I have not been on too much. Yeah.
Got IRL foodie dates and stuff, or what's been keeping you occupied?
Just lost interest, you know,
Oh, yeah.
more like that, and been watching a lot of show, movies, trying to get like a good night's sleep.
Yep.
Yeah. I felt like lately I have developed dark under eyes, and so I'm thinking it's definitely because I'm not hitting rims like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. So what's going on with you?
Oh, geez. A lot of work. Uh, I got some big boy job stuff I'm trying to decide if I want to do, and planning for a garage sale. So I gotta prep a whole bunch of stuff in the garage and get stuff ready to
Nice.
sell.
What kind of stuff you selling?
Well, there's gonna be all kinds of stuff. There's a lot of like shit, like just honestly junk knickknacks. A lot of like decor and stuff, but I'll be personally selling. I got, I don't know, maybe between 15 and 20 different computers I'll be selling, mostly laptops. I got a couple desktop computers I'll be selling too.
What?
Yeah, a lot of
How
people
come you got a lot?
like, so I work full time as IT, but like if somebody has something that need repaired, they'll bring it to me like, "Hey, can you fix this?" And I'm like, "I'll try to," and then I'll fix it, but then they don't have money to give me, so they give me another computer, but it's broke. So then I invest in fixing that computer, and then I fix it, and then I sell it. And then you do that enough over the course of X amount of time, or you work with companies who are gonna just throw computers away, I often repurpose them.
Nice. Do you sell them on eBay?
Well,
Also, no.
if shipping wasn't so bad, I would. And it's it's easy to be a buyer and not as easy to be a seller on eBay because you got to watch out for um, certain scams, and you have to um, like you'll have three people bidding, and then at the last 5 minutes somebody will message you, "Hey, I want to pull out my bid," and you find out that those three people bidding were one person, and so two people retract their bid, and then the next person up within the last 5 minutes is just some really low bid, and so they're conning you out of paying more for the item that they're trying to buy.
Well, you got a competitor. Whoa. This guy. Confident.
We will take them to the light.
Do you like boba tea?
I do.
Okay. Okay.
I bring discipline and focus.
So do you like boba tea?
Yeah, I get it at least once a week.
What flavor?
Well, I usually stick with creamy type teas with honey or boba, but I like lavender, I like vanilla, I like Thai, I like really sweet stuff. I got a sweet tooth. What about you?
I like Thai tea and matcha.
Oh, matcha's good too. I think that was the second flavor I ever got.
I love matcha actually. And because I'm Thai, so you know, I like Thai tea.
Yeah, it matches.
It's yeah, it's only appropriate, you know, that I like it.
Is there any Thai food you don't like?
Um, anything too bitter. Like, you know, we eat a lot of vegetable and stuff.
minions are spawning. Been slain.
Thank you.
Of course.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, look at that.
An enemy has been slain.
Would you get the river buff on that side?
Sure thing.
Oh my god.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Bad at this.
Watch out behind you.
An enemy has been slain.
Who needs help on right? We get the river buff on that side.
Will do.
I think she's on her way. Could be. She got no mana though. Doing this.
Yeah.
Careful, careful, careful.
I'm gonna D-word and help. Oh, they're coming. Shit jungle. Hey, what's up, Ty? It's been a while, man. How you been? I am a shit jungle. I'll admit to that, dude.
Enemy has been slain.
Going mid?
Ally has been
Going
slain.
left?
An allied tower is under attack.
Counters is behind you. They keep on warding right here at the elbow. Keep talking that shit, Tyler.
Say something?
I don't know, I was talking shit to somebody in my chat.
Mm.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
That was an
Oh,
accident.
careful.
Enemy tower destroyed.
Nice.
An ally has been slain.
That's okay.
Sorry you had to die there.
Yeah, it's worth it. Well, I know you're just talking shit. I was gonna make a joke of, you know, if your mom came over, I wouldn't miss that hook though. Yoink. Oh shit.
An allied tower is under attack.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Ah, something stunned me. Phase's her damn connection thing
ally has
stunned me,
been
and I didn't get to
slain.
ult.
Mm.
An enemy has
Unlucky.
been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Oh no.
Allied tower destroyed.
Try to sneak mid. Oh, she must know I'm here or something.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm gonna try to help
An
Ray.
ally has been slain.
I hear Chimera.
He's on
Or
right.
no? Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
You're doing pretty damn good.
Ah, not really. I miss a lot of stuns.
Yeah, I've missed a couple hooks. Don't even trip.
Hey, hooks are harder.
It's all about perception. No, I've never played Lieutenant Balka more than once.
You know, in Paragon, I don't really play her as much because I was playing controller.
Damn. He took my damn red.
Get him. Get your red back.
Enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. You
Double
got no
kill.
tower.
An enemy has been slain. Destroyed. Ally has been slain.
Got 3 on my right.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. allied tower is under attack. Allied tower destroyed. Enemy tower destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Got 2 of theirs, because they had 3 focused on 1 of ours, and just the jungle. I'll take that trade.
An enemy has been slain.
I'll take that trade. They had 3 of them focused on me, and then you guys had the opportunity to single out 2 of them, so it's a good... Wow.
An enemy has been
Damn,
slain.
you melt.
An enemy has been slain.
It was interesting.
You have quite the peepee on your Belka right now.
Really? I got 800, yeah.
Enemy tower destroyed.
Hi, Rap. We were here. Well, I guess we wrap now. Nobody on their team is building a ring against me.
They're all on you.
Yep. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, the whole
An
team's there.
enemy has been slain.
I'm coming.
An enemy has been slain. 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 Enemy inhibitor destroyed. An allied
Yep.
tower is under attack.
What a good match.
Job.
GG.
GG.
Are you gonna really bounce?
I'll play one more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you ever play any games that are non-PC, like for mobile or old school Game Boy or, you know, Switch or something?
Yeah. Switch. I don't own it. I would go to my friends and play.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you play like are you a Smash Bros or are you Animal Crossings? What do you migrate to?
I'm trying to think what game I play. Was it V? Yeah, I guess I'm like meshing it all up. Yeah, I play some V. I know Smash Bro, but I'm not really good at it though. It's like I just basically press all the buttons at the same time.
Hey, it's a good tactic.
Yeah.
Are you saying V is in Victor?
Oh, sorry. We, not
Oh,
V.
we gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you do like what is it? The dance dance?
Yeah.
I never did any of the Wii bowling or Wii dance or anything like that. The only game that I
Oh.
got into that was musically inclined was I played quite a bit of Guitar Hero back in the day.
I used to play Guitar Hero at the arcade. And but you know, you just press buttons. You don't really you know, they don't have the real, I mean the guitar, not the real guitar, but You know, they give you that guitar thing,
The
the pressing button on the
oh yeah,
guitar.
yeah.
Yeah. What else do you do for fun?
Well, um, I'm a big nerd. It's not. It sounds extremely boring, but I like to do a lot of research on server stuff and computer stuff. Like I like to
Mm-hmm.
pretend, not everybody has a $5,000 budget for building a computer, so
Mm-hmm.
I make the absolute best price to performance computers I can within brackets of like $500, 2,000, 300. Like everybody has different brackets, and I like to just see what new tech is available.
So how do you go about doing that?
I have a lot of like white papers and cross analysis between different components. Like if you have an i5, 9500 versus Ryzen like 3600. Let's say for instance the Ryzen cost 15% less, but it's 22% more efficient, so you're getting more bang for the buck. And I'm just throwing arbitrary numbers out there. So I just do a literal performance analysis against everything.
See.
I'll get out of here.
How about it? Ah, the logical choice.
Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Mic off. Mic feedback off. Mic on. Mic feedback on.
Oh, come on.
Oh, rip. What a fucking matchup.
Yeah, what is this? So they're like 3 stack over there. Yeah, the 3 from last game. Carry mid support. Ooh, who got high elo in here? Let me check. It's not even me. I'm like
It's
barely
definitely not me.
1,000.
I'm not even 1,000. I don't know if I'm 900.
Project Johnson is 1,100. match up with these guys?
Not probably not enough people playing.
Minions are spawning. An ally has vanished.
Well,
Oh my
shit.
god.
We 100% can't win this.
I'll get you out.
Yep. No thanks.
He left right away. Oh my god.
I was not prepared for that sweaty match.
Ah, the logical choice.
He was like, fuck that. Kalari's in my jungle. He's like, bye.
Gonna play anyways. Right? I don't know who it. I didn't even know who it was before this guy came in. I didn't even know he was banned from my stream. What do you mean?
Anyway.
What's the other dude's name? Wild? Nah, I don't think it'd be Wild though.
And I've been on a Pokemon Yellow kick on my phone. I'm running an emulator on my phone. Just bringing back some nostalgia from when I was a kid.
What is that? It's not like Pokemon Go.
No, it's like a mid to late 90s game. Pokemon is like an RPG.
Wow. Okay. Uh-oh. Everybody wants to sub. Oh dang. Yay.
Which support would you like me to play as?
Your best. Your best one.
Oh jeez.
Take my hand. Polarity and control. Trust in me.
I haven't played Mariel in a long time. I might actually play her. Well, they got 2 stuns though. I think my gold stun as well.
Polarity and control.
Hello.
Hello.
How we doing?
Good,
Oh,
good.
for
Just
fuck's sake.
What is
What?
going on?
Play-Doh wasn't. Oh no, we had Dev Dave Brain.
Dude, we're getting It's and Play-Doh and jeez.
I think I might have just hit silver or something. No, I'm not even silver yet, bro. Why am I? What the fuck?
I'm not 900. You're not silver. I don't think.
I'm
Bougie.
barely 1,000.
Yeah, I don't know why we keep on getting subbed.
I honestly hate playing carry, but I've played so much of it, I can play it well every now and again. That dude did actually play a solid support Muriel.
Yeah, that was a good. He had a really good match. Yeah, the game before I got in the last match, I had a pretty good match too. I think it was like 2-6 and 27. I think.
Nice. Me and Gallon had a had a nice little string of games last night. 3-3 and 20, 4-4 and 26, 3-3
Damn.
and 16.
I'll be
All
right
back to back to back. I was 15, 4 and 12. That game went dark. I don't know why Dev fucking closed that last game. We were about to have an easy game. They didn't have a caster.
He said Kalari was in his jungle, so he didn't like it. He left.
That was gonna be a Kalari solo that was about to get eaten up by Greystone. That sucks. I think it would have been I think it would have been an easy game.
I don't. I think we would have started pretty strong, but they scale.
This the dude that we just went against, this Tiago Overseer.
I'm not sure.
Yep. Yes, yes. He was the Kwang.
Been slain. Double kill.
Sorry.
Nice.
Good. You secure the kill.
I thought they were gonna both get away.
You didn't trust me?
No, I didn't trust myself. So I thought I was gonna miss my stun.
As long
was
as the
coming
doc
over.
doesn't come back and like start getting kills, getting those couple kills early won't hurt you.
Careful.
I've been seeing people lately like getting really tilted over supports getting fucking couple kills early on. I don't quite understand it because like if your support gets fat, like you win fights so easy.
Wow. They're so oblivious to the stun they didn't move at all, and I thought they were gonna move for the stun.
Nice.
I'm gonna have to pretend that they're just not expecting it.
Let's see what he did. He waited till level 3 to start using his abilities.
You see? I can't aim.
You're doing just fine.
Careful, Steel might be around.
I'm retreating. I'm gonna hang back for a little bit.
Okay.
They don't have a ward. Lucky duck.
Get the gold.
You have no mana, but I'll help.
Okay, me too. I got no mana. Behind you. Oh no. Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go. Nice.
I
Nice.
saved my mana for that last little boost. That puckered me up though, I'm not gonna lie. I have just enough for one stun in me.
Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Nice. Thank you. Woo!
An enemy has been slain.
Good save. I'm helping them in the jungle.
An
Ah,
enemy
fuck,
has
I'm
been
dead.
slain.
Maybe not.
An enemy has
Boom.
been slain.
Really?
Look at you. What'd they do?
Where did you take the kill?
I'm gonna ward up.
Fag.
An enemy has been slain.
I like how you guys is trade. So good.
Enemy has been slain. Double kill. Wait here. I've matters to attend.
What?
fuck's
been
sake, I'm so
slain.
sorry. I was not even trying
Oh,
to do
trust
that.
me.
I'm so bad. I'm so bad at this game.
It's good. Support now. Nice. Oh, 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 oh. I have to go. I'm dead.
An allied tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Gotta try and get you some gold.
It's good. It's good. They don't look at the map at all.
An ally has been slain.
Would you like to run solo on that lane for a little bit? So you can get some...
No. I'm ahead compared to their I mean not the Beanians ahead, but card wise.
He's split building something, so he's not gonna finish anything before you. Unless he's building that purple cleave card. That's the only thing you get. I think you can build with those two items. Unless he split builds an item.
An enemy has been slain.
There you go.
Finally.
Now it's game on.
Oh, Mumchine's gone. Tooted.
Hey, you got
Going
that kill
forward,
before you
yeah,
left,
that's,
though.
Yeah.
Nice. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
An ally has been slain.
I should have just turned around and kill him. And tried to kill him.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm actually gonna build it into cursed because their dock is life still.
Okay.
An enemy has reappeared.
Oh.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'm your support. Afraid of the yeah, that one guy.
I built
not gonna
30
go in
power
there.
because I went cursed to stop the live kill, and then I do too much damage, so... I want to cry a little bit.
I mean, I don't know. All that matters really is you win the 2v2.
I just
I
don't
guess
want...
however you win it.
I don't want Pep to hate me.
I don't hate you. It's good.
Enemy
We
tower
still have fun.
destroyed.
It's always fun as a carry, like when you're winning and you're just like not,
Mhm.
you're not the biggest part of it. It's
Oh, I
kind
just
of
took that.
just coasting along. 7 assists. That's frustrating. Yeah, been there.
Nice.
Enemy has been
Great
slain.
play, John.
You're so fucking durable.
Enemy tower destroyed.
Pass support taking the kill. God damn it.
Get out of here, dude.
Watching you, boy. How you
True.
gonna kill? God damn it. Pass support right here.
We decided before the match started that I was gonna be carry, okay?
Ooh.
Oh, okay. I see how it is now. Okay, fine. Alright. I'm out of here.
Just
Alright,
coming
man.
in to point out the obvious.
That's what he does. He comes in, talks shit, and then laughs about it, and then leaves.
Nice.
I'm here, but they just popped my ult.
I had a
Fucking-
wound from disgracing you, Pep, and then he came in
Allied
and put
tower
salt in that
destroyed.
wound.
An enemy has been slain.
Hey, it's good. We're winning. Keep up that good work, though.
Oh, hello, Steel. Where did you come from? Oh, I'm about to die here. Wow, I made it out.
Behind you. Kill him. Kill him. Oh, well.
Allied tower is under attack.
Oop, they're yeah.
An enemy has
GG.
been slain. Double kill. Allied tower destroyed.
You're up there by yourself, so be careful, Pep.
An ally has been slain.
See him.
That's it.
My bad.
Missing, I guess, he never came back.
I'm TPing in. Oh, you're not there. I'm not TPing into him. Fuck that.
Allied tower destroyed.
Missing right?
Yep, he's over here in mid. Yes.
Enemy has been slain.
Not really. Not actually.
An ally has has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
My ult died, so.
I'm gonna die to this.
Nope.
Hmm.
It's alright, we can back out now. I still got my ult. Might take raps, but I think we won that exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I shouldn't have survived. I had Still and Fang on me, but I did a little tricky dicky move on him and irked out.
Nice. His tally's down, that sucks, bitch.
Enemy
Yeah, fuck you both.
enemy has been slain. You have taken the orb prime.
Shit, good shit.
Yep, it's GG.
Play one more. You want me to be support next game?
I want
That
you
was
to
my
be
last
Maybe
throw.
carry.
I won't
course, man.
steal any more kills.
Drive safe.
I'm
good night.
just
Good.
teasing ya.
Bro, I can't talk. To drive
I mean,
safe
you
and
wanna
have
go
a good
carry?
night at work, bro.
I don't.
You're
It's
allowed.
our day, but it's night. Yeah.
I'm really bad at carry.
Steel wasn't the play there. I don't think Steel. Steel definitely wasn't cutting it. Oh my back. Cause I've been through this shit over and over. My household, I've been alone. Every time it would be different. I shot it, I can hold me down. You gonna be the last one. Not gonna let one apple spoil the whole batch. GG's, man. When we playing Phasma, bro, I was asking you to play Phasma.
I happen to recall a little pepperoni saying that she was gonna play a match, and it's like, I don't know, we've played 3 now or something.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's how it goes.
This good. I mean,
It's
you want me to play only one? Turns out
yeah, you can't just
I'm
have
still
one
here.
Pringle. You know, you can't. It's like you open a can of Pringles. You can't just have one. At least not when you have a decent team.
Here we go again.
I believe in you. You should go carry.
Okay.
And I won't steal anymore.
You can steal. It's just secure the kill, you know.
You're too nice.
Sometimes I can't aim, so it's needed, you know. And I'll let you know too sometimes. Just take it. Just take it.
Ah, the logical choice.
Plus
It's-
33.
It's important to give as much as you receive, though.
How about it? Clarity and control. How about it?
I think we're actually going against them again.
Looks like
What it
it.
seems like. To play, to play.
Hmm. They have a squishy CC. God damn. Yep. There's Play-Doh and looks like randos. I don't know the rest of them. I genuinely hope that he has a better match because it was unfortunate we just kind of rolled through their duo.
Yeah. This is a good carry.
Are you asking or telling?
Telling.
Yeah, Sir Blessington's not bad.
I'm gonna just hang out here for a little bit in case they try to invade.
Okay.
Minions are spawning.
It's a line.
Alright, Igor's on. Ace. Okay, range minions just never stop shooting at me? Holy fuck. I'm gonna fucking die here. I'm gonna die.
An ally has been slain.
There's a healthy wave, so I'm gonna back up a little bit. Ward.
Oh no.
My stun hit him, but didn't activate.
I had a feeling too. I was like, Plato's gonna be around. I'm gonna get
No, that was the game's fault. My stun hit him and didn't trigger.
Putting a sentry in that opening.
Jesus. That was me again.
Ally has been slain.
Jeez. That's tough. Oh, it's gonna be rough going over here.
Yeah, Crunch is surprising and offlane. I went against Crunch as Steel even, and it can be kind of annoying.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, she's killed me
An
twice
ally
already.
has
He's
been
off to a
slain.
fucking running start.
An allied tower is under attack.
I don't know why they threw the bubble down. It doesn't give that much health back for overshields. Okay.
Jesus.
An enemy has been slain.
We're looking at you guys. I have one stun in me. Gonna D-word and word.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Belica's got 3 now.
Back. Nice. Bully him.
Oh man. The damn bounce saved his life. Ooh, the fog wall really distorts the how far they're away. Excuse me, how far away they are.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, careful, Belica. Oh no. Wow.
Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
was a
Belica's
good time to
stunned
come.
just. Mm-hmm.
I had no mana.
From them.
And he used the card to tele him straight to tower, so he's already back.
I'm coming.
Fuck the ground. Oh. Mid's getting hit hard. If I can make it, I'm gonna help mid. They're probably going reps.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, never mind.
Allied tower destroyed.
Nice.
Rocky stole it, bastard.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh my god. Ay ay ay.
Enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Yes.
1 for 3. Not bad.
Hey, I just enjoy playing with you.
Me too.
Like, there's no obligation or expectation. They're just kind of having fun.
And that's what the game should be about, you know?
Yeah, that's right. As long as we're having a good time, you know.
You,
An
you
allied
fuck.
tower is under attack.
Muriel.
I'd be having a better time if Fang's first visit to right wasn't at 15:45, but
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
make it happen.
Yeah. Belica is coming over. I think she's waiting right here at the fog wall. Or not? Interesting.
Mustard gold.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. I'm gonna help the wave first. Gold is at half.
An enemy has been slain.
We're meeting you? Not really? Well.
That's no good.
Ally has been slain.
We push.
Oh, there's no tower that way. Fuck.
Good job.
Finally, 1 kill.
Don't stop running.
Hmm.
I have no mana. Why do I have no mana when I
Has been
spawn?
slain.
What? 25% mana.
An allied tower destroyed.
Reps is about up.
Like going for it, I think. We can't.
Allied tower destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Okay, you go wherever you want to. I'll follow
An
you
ally
around.
has been slain.
Thought I had that.
An enemy has been slain.
Thought I got this done too.
Enemy tower destroyed. An allied tower is under attack.
Our
Risky.
T2's getting pooped.
An enemy has been slain. Allied tower destroyed.
Rails on us.
An enemy
Missing unright.
double kill.
Sacrifice myself for that? Okay.
He clears so fast.
That was good stun though.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That guy. Let's go help him. This guy, really. Ugh.
Hey, it wasn't me this time.
Yeah.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Look at you guys. Good job.
That one.
Starting gold.
Hmm. I'm going mid. I'm going mid to help. Take mid first.
I'm scouting the forest a little bit.
Okay.
Enemy tower destroyed.
There we go. Alright, so I got disarm in 1 second. Disarm.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy
Yep, that's a GG. GG's.
Wow. GG's. Okay.
Oh, at least
I'm
purple.
going for real. Good
Okay,
games.
okay. Good games, good games.
See you guys later.
See
Thank
you
you
later.
for the play.
It was fun. I might take
Bye.
a little break from my brain too. Mr. Tragic, it's always a pleasure. I'll be playing other random stuff, but I've been playing this since I've been like 5 hours.
Yeah, I didn't feel that. That was only like my second or third game or whatever. I first started playing when you got when you joined. I just took a nice nap. Yeah, good game.
Wow.
Pretty good games.
Yeah, good games, man. Appreciate you playing with me.
Peace.
Okay. Now.
What are we gonna play right now, chat?
Wherever I am needed, I'll go.
Dex. We'll do a little Dex. Connect this here. Is it gonna register? That's fine. Yeah, look at that. I'll do game Pokemon Yellow. Okay. So we'll do boom, boom, old, boom, boom. And then from here, Now we can play a little music. Over here. Boom, boom. I can't do that right now. Can't do the sound. This screen's so fucking big.
Battery low.
There, I can do about like that, but it was too big the other way. Oh shit, I do that every time. I connect my phone through DeX through my port for my headset. I gotta redo this shit.
Charging battery.
It's cool to know that I can do DeX through my headset quick cable though. It's pretty crazy.
One of the things I've noticed time and time again is that whenever I talk about the relationship between responsibility and meaning, the crowds that I'm talking to go silent. Say, look, you need a meaning to sustain you through the vicissitudes of life. Okay, well, try to debate that. It's like, is life painful? Yes. Is it anxiety provoking? Yes. Is it uncertain? Yes. Is it painful beyond bearing sometimes? Yes. It's difficult. Everyone agrees about that. Now, they might disagree about how difficult, but that doesn't matter. That the central point holds. Okay. What if you think that's all pointless? Well, that doesn't seem very helpful. Okay, so you need a sustaining meaning. Well, where do you find that? Well, you generally find it in responsibility to yourself and to other people. And people ask themselves those questions when I'm talking, because I ask them to ask themselves those questions, and that's the answer. Well, what's meaningful? Well, I have a meaningful relationship with my father. I have a meaningful relationship with my wife. I have a meaningful relationship with my pet, you know, because I take care of that pet. When I commit to something and make sacrifices, that sacrifice is something I also talk about a lot in both of the last two books. You know, if something's valuable, you'll make sacrifices to attain it. And that that discovery of sacrifice, I think that's what separates human. It's one of the primary factors separating human beings from animals. Because we discovered that we could let go of something we value in the present and we would gain something we value even more in the future. We acted that out dramatically in all sorts of strange ways over thousands and thousands of years before it was formalizable psychologically. But it's a massive discovery. I can forego gratification in a particular way and benefit in the future. So I can share the proceeds of my hunt, and I store up future food in the form of reputation and the favors I'm owed now by other people. It's a massive discovery. It took me a long time to understand that belief regulated emotion. So what happens is that if you act out your identity, if you act out your beliefs in the world, and what you want doesn't happen, what happens is that your body defaults into emergency preparation for action. And the reason for that is you've wandered too far away from the campfire, and now you're in the forest, and maybe you're naked. And so what do you do then? And the answer is, well, you don't know what to do. So what do you do when you don't know what to do? And the answer is you prepare to do everything. And the problem with that is that it's unbelievably draining psychophysiologically. Like, it hurts you. And there's an immense physiological literature detailing the cost of exactly that kind of response. People stay where what they do has the results they want. That's partly why you want to be around people who share your cultural presuppositions, is because you know that, for example, even in small ways, let's say you're a country music aficionado and you're hanging around with your cowboy hatted buddies and you throw on a tape and everyone says, great tunes, man. And you know, you're happy about that. But, you know, you throw on a piece by Tchaikovsky and you're in a different subculture, and who the hell are you? And the people in your group will say, man, who listens to music like that? And like, that's a trivial example in some sense, but I believe it's one that everyone can resonate to. It's very hard on us not to be where we know that what we want is going to happen. We hate that. We hate that, and no wonder. So, and then, you know, there are varying degrees of that, obviously. You can really be where you don't know what's going to happen, or you can only be there to some degree. But by and large, we're conservative creatures, even if we're liberal in temperament. We can't tolerate that much uncertainty. And you might ask, well, why? And the answer is, well, because you can be hurt. Pain, you can be damaged, you can become intolerably anxious, and you can die. So it's no wonder you're sensitive. We're very sensitive to negative emotion. And so our identities, functional identity regulates your emotion, but you do that in concert with other people. In the first chapter of the new book, Beyond Order, the rule is don't casually denigrate social institutions or creative achievement. That's that balance again. I make the case that most of your sanity is socially distributed. And what I mean by that is, well, let's say that you know how to behave. You're well socialized. You can play with others. Now, I said already in this conversation, if you didn't learn to play with others between the time you were 2 and 4, you will never learn. And psychologists have beat their heads against the wall trying to rehabilitate antisocial children. They can't do it after the age of 4. Well, it seems to be partly because the kids fall farther and farther behind. So let's say you make the leap from egocentric dependence on your mother at 2 and 3 to immersion in a peer group. Well, then you pick peers that are at your same developmental level, and you chase each other up the developmental ladder. And the longer you're out of that, the farther you fall behind. And so, you know, 5-year-old kids might come across another 5-year-old kid who tends to cry too much if they don't get their way. And they'll say, we don't want to play with the baby. And what they're saying is, we have to find someone who's at our developmental level, shares our developmental horizon, so that we can mutually scaffold our further development. Now, they're not going to say that, obviously, but that's the situation. And kids test each other out when they first meet, so do adults. Game. Can you play? Are you playing at the same level as me? I'm playing my game at the level that will further my development. Can you play along with me? If not, well, maybe you're lower in status and I can pull you up as a mentor. Maybe you're higher in status and I can learn from you, but if you're a peer, we can play together. Anyways, if you're acceptable to your peers and you behave well, they'll accept you. And then they tell you all the time if you're acting appropriately. You know, if your jokes are funny, if you're dominating the conversation, if you're bringing something of value to the table. And all you have to do is pay attention to the social cues and you'll keep yourself regulated. Do not allow yourself to become arrogant, deceitful, or resentful. I might have the order wrong there, but that's the chapter. Yeah, it opens with a discussion of why you would get resentful. It's like, well, culture's arrayed against you, so you're the target of tyrannical forces that are beyond your control. They're arbitrary. They don't work in your interest, at least not entirely. And the more eccentric you are, let's say, the more tyrannical culture will be to you. And so you're stuck with that. And then nature conspires to destroy you constantly and is going to do that with pain and anxiety and aging. And then there's the uncontrollability and darkness of your own psyche. And everyone faces those. Now, we face the positive elements of those too, the beneficence of culture, the beauty of nature, the glory of the human spirit. That's there as well. You have reasons to be deceitful, resentful, and arrogant, but it's not a good game unless you want to produce hell. You know, I took the idea that we were supposed to learn something from the horrors of the Second World War seriously. Never forget. Okay, you can't remember what you don't understand. So what are we supposed to remember? What are we remembering? The fact that all these people were murdered? No, we're supposed to remember that that was a revelation of the genocidal nature of the human psyche. That's partly why I'm so impressed, let's say, with the story of Cain and Abel. I dealt with that in my biblical lecture series and in my writings. You know, the first two human beings, according to the book upon which our culture is predicated, for better or worse, the first two human beings, brothers, the adversary and the hero, the archetypal adversary and the hero, put right at the beginning of that amazing book. It's the beginning of history. Cain's sacrifices are rejected by God. Okay, well, how do we understand that? That's easy. Once you know the key, you make sacrifices to make the future better. Well, what if that doesn't pay off? Well, you know, think about that. You know what that's like. You endeavor to do something, and it doesn't work. You're not appreciated for who you are. You fail. Maybe you failed despite your best efforts. Well, are you rejected by God? Well, it's as if you're rejected by God. Does it make you resentful? Does it make you bitter? Does it make you want to pull down the successful? Does it make you want to pull down the successful out of spite? Does it make you want to pull down the successful out of cosmic spite? The answer to that happens to be yes. You shake your fist at God. You say, I'm going to harm those whom you blessed. And no wonder. It's no wonder. You know, it's harsh that the rewards of life are indiscriminately distributed. It's hard on everyone. But it doesn't help. It doesn't help to become bitter. And it's not like I don't understand the temptation. I mean, I think part of the reason I get away with being so bloody preachy is because I'm talking to myself. You know, it's not like I don't put myself in the boat of the damned and lost. We have to strive not to be wretched. There's something that doesn't seem fair about that. Why couldn't we just be happy being who and what we are? Why is it that we're punished if we don't strive? Well, I don't know. We're negentropic organisms, right? I mean, we have to maintain this incredible complexity in the face of a dissipating universe. It requires effort. it's the second law of thermodynamics, I believe. That's why we have to strive. Well, why is the world constituted that way? I guess it's an infantile paradisal wish in some regard. Couldn't we just be rewarded for who we are? I can understand that. But I don't think that it works. I don't think that's how things function like that. And I don't think probably in the final analysis we really want them to. I don't know if anyone enjoys undeserved reward. You know, it feels kind of creepy, doesn't it, to be rewarded for something you didn't do? The positive emotion that we find sustaining is experienced in relationship to an unachieved goal. It's hope that drives us forward. We want something, and if we see ourselves moving towards that, then we're in the grip of the positive emotion that we find sustaining. It isn't the attainment. Attainment is satiating. Attainment shuts down the system that has been striving for that particular object of attainment. If you're hungry and you eat, you stop being hungry. Now, that's good because the hunger is gone, but that whole frame disappears. You can no longer strive within that frame, and you need a new frame to strive towards. And so technically, and this is well established as far as I'm concerned, we even know the drugs that people abuse, cocaine, let's say amphetamines, the ones that are potent sources of positive emotion, activate the system that regulates our emotional response to evidence that we're moving towards a desired goal. So cocaine, for example, is an exhilarating drug. It makes you feel that things are worthwhile because it hijacks the system that does indicate that things are worthwhile. So this is deeply, this striving aspect is deeply rooted in our biology, for obvious reasons. Pick something, aim at it. As you move toward it, you'll get wiser. Then maybe your aim will change. That's okay, but at least it'll change in an informed way. It's like discipline yourself in one dimension. See what happens. The best we have might not always work, but it's still the best we have. And the fact that it might not work doesn't mean we should throw it away.
Want to be happy? Build a life, not just a business. Hey, it's Evan Carmichael, and this channel was created to help you overcome the #1 challenge that is holding you back, a lack of belief in yourself. You watch these videos because you know there's something more inside you too. You've got Michael Jordan level genius at something.
What do you say to those viewers that don't pursue their dreams and are locked in their careers because they are too afraid to take risks and pursue something meaningful?
Well, the first thing I would say is, well, you should be afraid of taking risks and pursuing something meaningful. But you should be more afraid of staying where you are if it's making you miserable. It's like the first thing you want to do is dispense with the idea that you get to have any permanent security outside of your ability to contend and adapt. It's the same issue with children. It's like you're paying a price by sitting there being miserable. You might say, well, the devil I know is better than the one I don't. It's like, don't be so sure of that. The clock is ticking.
Yeah,
and if you're miserable in your job now and you change nothing, in 5 years you'll be much more miserable and you'll be a lot older.
But isn't it a luxury to pursue what is meaningful? Our viewers have mortgages, they have children, they have payments and loans. It's a luxury to pursue because we lack the resources.
Well, I don't remember now, I'm not talking about what makes you happy. It's a luxury to pursue what makes you happy. It's a moral obligation to pursue what you find meaningful. And that doesn't mean it's easy. It might require sacrifice. If you need to change your job too, let's say you have a family and children and a mortgage. You have responsibilities. You've already picked up those responsibilities. You don't just get to walk away scot-free and say, well, I don't like my job, I quit. That's no strategy. But what you might have to do is you think, well, this job is killing my soul. All right, so what do I have to do about that? Well, I have to look for another job. Well, no one wants to hire me. It's like, okay, maybe you need to educate yourself more. Maybe you need to update your curriculum vitae, your resume. Maybe you need to overcome your fear of being interviewed. Maybe you need to sharpen your social skills. Like, you have to think about these things strategically. If you're going to switch careers, you have to do it like an intelligent, responsible person. That might take you a couple of years of effort to do properly.
When you say pursue something meaningful, is it important to have a vocation?
I think it's more important to have an ethos, an ethic. So I have a program, for example, called the Future Authoring Program, which is a writing program that enables people to develop a vision for their life and then to develop a strategy. And so it's based on the idea, imagine that, and it's an extension of the ideas in the book, or at least something along the same lines. The first thing that you want to do is figure out, imagine you were taking care of yourself, like you were someone you cared for, which is rule number 2, by the way, essentially. Then you should figure out, well, if you could have what you needed and wanted, what would it be? What sort of friends would you have? What would your family relationships look like? How would you conduct yourself with your children? How would you educate yourself? You need to think through how it is that your life could be properly arranged if you had that ability. And then you can aim at that. And the funny thing is that if you do posit a goal of that sort and work towards it, you will move towards it. The goal will change because you'll learn things along the way. But I mean, I've dealt with hundreds of people in my clinical and consulting practice, and we set a goal, we develop a vision and work towards it, and things inevitably get better for people. So it's not a luxury, it's difficult. It's a moral responsibility, and it isn't happiness. It's not, the pursuit isn't for happiness.
It's a moral responsibility to pursue what is meaningful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So when if you watch yourself, you say, well, I had a particularly good day at work. And what does that mean? Well, it means that you lost your sense of time, right? Because when you're having not a good day at work, it's like, first it's 1 minute to 3, and then it's 45 seconds to 3, and then it's 30 seconds. That's what school was like for me. It was like, click. It's so funny, I went to my daughter's school. I used to get in trouble for talking all the time. Surprise, surprise. When I was a kid, and I was bored stiff in school, and so I would misbehave upon occasion, out of pure boredom. And about 21 years ago, I went to my daughter's school to sit for a class. It was about an hour long, and I was sitting there, and the teacher had all the kids on the floor and was having some of the kids read to the others, and some of the kids who were reading couldn't read at all. And I had exactly the same experience. I was sitting there. It was like being 7 years old again. I could see the clock going tick, tick. And I thought, if I was in this classroom for 3 days, I would misbehave. 40 years old, I would misbehave exactly like I did when I was 6. Well, that's no place to be, right? Because you don't want to be in a place that's stultifying. You don't want to be in a place where there's no challenge. You might even quit your job if there's no challenge. Say, well, that's a good job. It gives you security. And you think, God, I can't stand this. It's eating away at my soul. It's all security and no challenge. So why do you want to challenge? Because that's what you're built for. That's what you're built for. You're built to take on a maximal load, right? Because that's what strengthens you, and you need to be strong because life is extraordinarily difficult, and because the evil king is always whittling away at the structure of the state, and you have to be awake and sharp to stop that from happening so that you don't become corrupt, and so that your family doesn't become corrupt, and so that your state doesn't have to become corrupt. You have to have your eyes open and your wits sharp and your words at the ready, and you have to be educated, and you have to know about your history, and you have to know how to think, and you have to know how to read, and you have to know how to speak, and you have to know how to aim, and you have to be willing to hoist the troubles of the world up on your shoulders. And what's so interesting about that, so remarkable, and this is something that's really manifested itself to me as I've been doing these public lectures. I've been talking about responsibility to people, which doesn't seem to happen very often anymore, and the audiences are dead quiet, and I lay out this idea that life is tragedy tainted by malevolence, and everyone says, yeah, well, we always suspected that, but no one has ever said it quite so bluntly, and it's quite a relief to hear that I'm not the only person who has those suspicions. And then the second part of that is the better part, and it's the optimistic part, which is, despite the fact that life is a tragedy tainted by malevolence, at every level of existence, there's something about the human spirit that can thrive under precisely those conditions if we allow that to occur. Because as difficult as life is, and as horrible as we are, our capacity to deal with that catastrophe and to transcend that malevolent spirit is more powerful than that reality itself. And that's the fundamental issue. I think that's the fundamental issue of the Judeo-Christian ethic, with its emphasis on the divinity of the individual. As catastrophic as life is, and as malevolent as people can be, and that's malevolent beyond belief, fundamentally. A person has in spirit the nobility to set that right and to defeat evil.
Excuse me.
And that more than that, and that the antidote to the catastrophe of life and the suffering of life and the tragedy of life that can drive you down and destroy you is to take on exactly that responsibility and to say, well, there's plenty of work to be done, and isn't that terrible? And there isn't anything so bad that we can't make it worse, and certainly try very hard to do so, but I have it within me to decide that I'm going to stand up against that. I'm going to strive to make the world a better place. I'm going to strive to constrain the malevolence that's in my own heart, and to set my family straight, and to work despite my tragic lot for the betterment of everything that's in front of me. And the consequence of that, the immediate consequence of that, is that when you make the decision to take on all of that voluntarily, which is to stand up straight, by the way, with your shoulders back, to take on all that on voluntarily, as soon as you make that decision, then all the catastrophe justifies itself in the nobility of your striving. And that's what it means to be an individual. Thank you. When I was 25 or so, I probably weighed about 138 pounds. I smoked like a pack of cigarettes a day. I drank a tremendous amount of alcohol. I was from northern Alberta, this rough little town up in northern Alberta called Fairview, and there were long winters there, and my friends were heavy drinkers, and most of them dropped out of school by the time they were 15 or 16, went off to work on the oil rigs, and it was a rough town, and we drank a lot. I started when I was 14, and and so I had a lot of bad habits, let's say, and things that and I wasn't in great shape physically, and I was also still intellectually obsessed as I am now, and so that would have been in 85. But I decided around then, about 85, 84, something like that, maybe a little earlier, that I was really going to try to get my act together, and so I started doing that. First of all, I quit smoking. Well, that took a long time because I eventually had to quit drinking too in order to quit smoking, and I started working out, started playing sports, which I'd never done. I was a small kid. I'd been skipped a grade, and I was small for my age, so sports were never, especially team sports, were never really a domain of expertise for me. Although I skied and went trapping with my dad, went cross-country skiing and camping and all that. So, but when I went to graduate school, I started swimming. The first physical exercise routine I did, I enrolled in a swimsercise course, I think it was called. So it was me and this like really overweight kid, and like these 60-year-old women and men, they could out exercise me like mad. It was really embarrassing. Me and the overweight kid, we'd be just panting ourselves 3/4 to death at the end of the bloody workout, and these 60-year-old women who weren't in great shape were like chatting away as if nothing was going on at all in the pool. So that was quite embarrassing, and as was going to the room, you know, because when I started I could barely bench press 75 pounds, and people used to keep coming over and helping me, which was the last thing I bloody well wanted but certainly needed. And I got to the point where I could bench press 225 pounds. I think that was the best I did, and I gained about 30 pounds of muscle in a year and a half, so that was a good thing. So like I was kind of a wild man, and you know, I'm a little bit manic in my temperament, and so you know, I was kind of going every direction at the same time. So, and you know, I don't regret that. I had a fine time when I was a kid, but I needed really to get disciplined, and I had to do it because I was working on these hard problems that, you know, that I've been discussing with all of you, and I've been working on them really, you know, obsessively since I was probably about 18, maybe even earlier than that, and got to the point around 25 when I was in graduate school trying to get my PhD, so doing all my research. Like I published 15 papers by the time I graduated with my PhD, which was I think by a fairly large measure the most papers that any graduate student at that time had ever published at McGill. I think that's right. It might have been twice as many, or maybe twice as many, maybe even 3 times as many. And at the same time I wrote Maps of Meaning, which was a terribly difficult thing to do, because I was writing about 3 hours a day doing that, and I couldn't do all that and continue with my misbehavior, you know, my sort of what would you say, my massive hedonistic consumption of alcohol and all of that. I just couldn't keep it up, and also work seriously on the issues that were at hand. So, you know, I had to stop. That's a sacrifice. I had to stop messing about and straighten myself out. And I got married. Well, the woman who's my wife, Tammy, who I've known since she was 8 years old, she lived across the street from me in this little town called Fairview, and I was in love with her like the first time I saw her, which is quite the bloody thing. So that's worked out pretty well for me. But she came to live with me about the same time, and you know, we decided jointly to get our act together, and we swore that we'd tell each other the truth, which I think she's actually done better than me. Like I don't think she's lied to me ever in our entire marriage, which is unbelievable, you know, and it's been so useful because I can really tell her things and we can really talk. So I tell you, if you want to have a good relationship, man, you embed it in the truth, because if you don't embed it in the truth, you don't have a relationship. It's just lies. It's a tissue of lies, and it will dissolve in the chaos as soon as a crisis comes along. So the truth is a terrible thing, but not compared to falsehood. So all right, so let's look at the live chat here. You hear the egalitarian clarion call everywhere. Everything should be equal. Everything should be equally distributed. We should strive for equity. It's like wrong, especially if you're a conservative. Wrong. What we want are just hierarchies of competence. Not everyone's a neurosurgeon. You know, if your father has a brain tumor, you probably want a hierarchy of competence for neurosurgeons, so you can pick the one that's the best, so that he might not die. That's what a hierarchy of competence is for. For the postmodernists, there's no hierarchy that isn't based on power. Well, because they think the world runs on power, and that's why they're willing to use power to get what they want, because it's the only thing they believe in. But a valid hierarchy of competence, it's God, we need those things, man. We need the best plumbers. We need the best contractors. We need the best carpenters. We need the best lecturers. There has to be a hierarchy of quality, and not only so that we know who the best are and can reward them properly, but so that we can reward them so they keep being the best. It's like, you know, if you have a great educator, if you have a great leader, if you have a great thinker, you want to reward them so they keep thinking and they keep educating so they can tell you something. It's not a reward for their intrinsic being. It's a calculated move on your part to suck everything out of them that's valuable as fast as you can. That's what a hierarchy of competence is for. And the idea that hierarchies of competence don't exist it's so cynical. It's such a pathologically cynical idea. And it's actually quite patently untrue, because here's an interesting tidbit from the psychological literature. Let's say you want to determine what the best predictors are for lifetime success in a Western society. Well, what would you hope for? How about intelligence? There'd be a good one. Let's hope the smart people occupy more positions of complexity, right? Because they're smarter. Would you want it any other way? Okay, and that's great. The number one predictor of accomplishment in Western societies is intelligence. So that means the system works. What's the number 2 predictor? Conscientiousness. Well, what's that? It's a trait marker for hard work. So who gets ahead? Smart people who work hard. Now, that doesn't account for every bit of the difference between people in terms of their hierarchical structure, because hierarchies aren't perfect. They're corrupt. People get to the top sometimes because they're psychopathic, although, believe me, a hell of a lot less than you think. Because a psychopath has to keep moving from place to place, because once he reveals himself as deceitful and untrustworthy, he has to go find new suckers to fleece. So the idea that, you know, there's no distinction between a CEO and a psychopath, it's like, that's only made by someone who A, knows nothing about psychopaths, B, knows nothing about CEOs, and C, has something fundamental against the entire capitalist structure, because it's simply not true. Corrupt, sometimes, greedy, sometimes, short-sighted, sometimes running companies that are doing their best to auger themselves into the ground, and so, you know, it's bad people running a dying organization. But generally speaking, it's not the case. Our hierarchies of competence are reasonably functional, and not only are they functional, they're valuable. We need to know who the competent people are, and we need to reward them. And even more importantly, we need to tell young people, hey, there's some hierarchies of competence out there, like 1,000 of them. Go be a plumber, man, but be a good one, you know? Be an honest one. I had a plumber once, you know. It was the night before we were putting drywall in our house. We were redoing a house, and he had put in all the plastic piping, you know, and I was going to test the joints. They're supposed to be glued together with this pipe glue, right? And I told him I had to test the joints, and he said, well, you don't have to test my joints, they never leak. And I thought, yeah, that's okay. How about if I test them? So I went up on the 3rd floor and filled the pipes with water, capping them in the basement like you're supposed to. And like half an hour later, I had 2 inches of water in the basement. There were 30 leaking joints. And that was the night before the drywallers were supposed to show up. So he wasn't particularly competent. That's the point of that story. But even more so, he had put a bunch of the plastic pipe outside where the drywall would be, so it would have been sticking through the wall. So I spent a frenetic night, you know, sawing through plastic pipe and re-gluing joints so that the drywallers could come in. What's the point? If you're going to be a plumber, man, be a good plumber, because otherwise all you do is go out there and cause trouble. We don't need people to cause more trouble. We need people to solve problems. You know, and so you can be a tradesman, and you can make a lot of money as a tradesperson. It's a bloody, reliable, honorable, forthright, productive way of making a living. And there is a hell of a lot of difference between a working man who knows what he's doing and one who doesn't, both in terms of skill and ethics, right? And you work with someone who knows what they're doing, it's a bloody pleasure. They tell you what they're going to do, they tell you how much it will cost, they go and do it, it works, and you pay them. Perfect. Everyone's happy. And that's what happens when you have genuine hierarchies of competence. And so you listen to these panderers of egalitarianism and equity, and they fail to recognize completely that there are differences in rank between people. It's not such a terrible thing, man. Maybe you wouldn't be a great lawyer. Like, it's certainly possible. Most people aren't. But that doesn't mean there isn't something you could be great at. There's lots of hierarchies to attempt to climb, and if you fail in one, go try in another. But the point is, you're still trying to aim for the top, and what the hell are you going to do if you don't try to aim for the top? You know, flap about uselessly and whine about your life? It's not helpful. It'll just make you miserable. You're not reliable to anyone. You can't help out in a crisis. It's like, so you tell young people, and this is another message for conservatives, like, I don't care what you're going to do, but go out there and make something of yourself for God's sake. Be an honest person and work and get to the top of whatever it is that you want to get to the top of. You know, and stand up for yourself like a respectable human being, and be a bit of a light on the world instead of a blight. You know, and you can tell young people that, and they haven't been told that by anyone now. And so the young men are so hungry for that it's painful to watch. They're so relieved when someone finally comes up and says, hey, you know, you get your act together a bit, discipline yourself, see if you can learn to tell the truth, concentrate on something for a year or two, you could be a bloody world beater. They think, really? That's possible? Wow, that would be interesting. That might make life worth living. It's like, yeah, it might. So why don't you go do it? That's what the damn universities were supposed to be teaching people, and they've forgotten that. I went to Harvard a month and a half. I used to teach there, and I talked to a bunch of students, you know, and I told them, it's not easy to get into Harvard, you know. Like, you're a valedictorian if you're at Harvard. And not only are you a valedictorian, you're way better than most people at least 2 other things, or you don't get in. And so like it's, I don't know what the acceptance rate is, like 5%, and believe me, not everybody applies, so it's a very selective school. And so why am I saying that? It's like, these are high quality kids. So I told them what I just told you. It's like, here you are at Harvard. It's like, get yourself educated, man. Read some books, learn to talk, learn to think, make yourself into something. Get the hell out there and make the world that put you here happy that you were put there in that great institution. You know, and they came up to me afterwards and said, God, I wish someone would have told us that when we were in our first year. It's like, Jesus, why didn't someone tell them that? For God's sake, it's supposed to be the greatest university in the world. Is it so difficult to figure that out? Well, it is if that isn't what you want to have happen in the university. You want to make cringing milksops who whine about being victims while they're going to Ivy League institutions. Jesus, it's pathetic. My experience is with people that we're probably running at about 51% of our capacity. Something, I mean, you can think about this yourselves. I often ask undergraduates how many hours a day you waste or how many hours a week you waste. And the classic answer is something like 4 to 6 hours a day. You know, inefficient studying, watching things on YouTube that not only do you not want to watch, that you don't even care about, that make you feel horrible about watching after you're done. That's probably 4 hours right there. You know, you think, well, that's 25 hours a week, it's 100 hours a month, that's 2.5 full work weeks, it's half a year of work weeks per year. And if your time is worth $20 an hour, which is a radical underestimate, it's probably more like 50 if you think about it in terms of deferred wages. If you're wasting 20 hours a week, you're wasting $50,000 a year. And you are doing that right now. And it's because you're young, wasting $50,000 a year is a way bigger catastrophe than it would be for me to waste it, because I'm not going to last nearly as long. And so if your life isn't everything it could be, you could ask yourself, well, what would happen if you just stopped wasting the opportunities that are in front of you? You'd be who knows how much more efficient, 10 times more efficient, 20 times more efficient. That's the Pareto distribution. You have no idea how efficient people get. It's completely, it's off the charts. Best thing you can do is teach people to write, because there's no difference between that and thinking. And one of the things that just blows me away about universities is that no one ever tells students why they should write something. It's like, well, you have to do this assignment. Well, why are you writing? Well, you need the grade. It's like, no. You need to learn to think, because thinking makes you act effectively in the world. Thinking makes you win the battles you undertake, and those could be battles for good things. If you can think and speak and write, you are absolutely deadly. Nothing can get in your way. So that's why you learn to write. It's like, and I can't believe that people aren't just told that. It's like, it's the most powerful weapon you can possibly provide someone with. And I mean, I know lots of people who've been staggeringly successful and watched them throughout my life. I mean, those people, you don't want to have an argument with them. They'll just slash you into pieces. And not in a malevolent way. It's like, if you're going to make your point and they're going to make their point, you better have your points organized, because otherwise you are going to look like and be an absolute idiot. You are not going to get anywhere. And if you can formulate your arguments coherently, and make a presentation, if you can speak to people, if you can lay out a proposal, God, people give you money, they give you opportunities, you have influence. Make it a schedule and stick to it. Okay, so what's the rule with the schedule? It's not a bloody prison. That's the first thing that people do wrong. They say, well, I don't like to follow a schedule. It's like, well, what kind of schedule are you setting up? Well, I have to do this, then I have to do this, then I have to do this, you know, and then I just go play video games, because who wants to do all these things that I have to do? It's like, wrong. Set the schedule up so that you have the day you want. That's the trick. It's like, okay, I've got tomorrow. If I was going to set it up so it was the best possible day I could have, practically speaking, what would it look like? Well, then you schedule that, and obviously there's a bit of responsibility that's going to go along with that, because if you have any sense, one of the things that you're going to insist upon is that at the end of the day, you're not in worse shape than you were than at the beginning of the day, right? Because that's a stupid day. If you have a bunch of those in a row, you just dig, you know, you dig yourself a hole and then you bury yourself in it. It's like, sorry, that's just not a good strategy. It's a bad strategy. So maybe 20% of your day has to be responsibility and obligation, or maybe it's more than that, depending on how far behind you are. But even that, you can ask yourself, okay, well, I've got these responsibilities. I have to schedule the things in. What's the right ratio of responsibility to reward? And you can ask yourself that, just like you'd negotiate with someone who is working for you. It's like, okay, you got to work tomorrow. Okay, so I want you to work tomorrow. And you might say, okay, well, what are you going to do for me that makes it likely that I'll work for you? Well, you could ask yourself that, you know. So maybe you do an hour of responsibility and then you play a video game for 15 minutes. I don't know, whatever turns your crank, man. But, you know, you have to negotiate with yourself and not tyrannize yourself. Like you're negotiating with someone that you care for, that you would like to be productive and have a good life. And that's how you make the schedule. It's like, and then you look at the day and you think, well, if I had that day, that'd be good. Great. You know, and you're useless and horrible, so you'll probably only hit it with about 70% accuracy, but that beats the hell out of 0, right? And if you hit it even with 50% accuracy, another rule is, well, aim for 51% the next week, or 50.5% for God's sake, or because you're going to hit that position where things start to loop back positively and spiral you upward. Well, and if we all got our act together collectively and stop making things worse, because that's another thing people do all the time. Not only do they not do what they should to make things better, they actively attempt to make things worse because they're spiteful or resentful or arrogant or deceitful or homicidal or genocidal, or all of those things all bundled together in an absolutely pathological package. If people stopped really, really trying just to make things worse, we have no idea how much better they would get just because of that. So there's this weird dynamic that's part of the existential system of ideas between human vulnerability, social judgment, both of which are major causes of suffering, and the failure of individuals to adopt the responsibility that they know they should adopt. It isn't merely that your fate depends on whether or not you get your act together and to what degree you decide that you're going to live out your own genuine being. It isn't only your fate, it's the fate of everyone that you're networked with. And so, you know, you think, well, there's 9 billion, 7 billion people in the world. We're going to peak at about 9 billion, by the way, and then it'll decline rapidly, but 7 billion people in the world, and who are you? You're just one little dust mote among that 7 billion, and so it really doesn't matter what you do or don't do, but that's simply not the case. It's the wrong model, because you're at the center of a network. You're a node in a network. Of course, that's even more true now that we have social media. You'll know 1,000 people, at least over the course of your life, and they'll know 1,000 people each, and that puts you one person away from 1 million, and 2 persons away from 1 billion. And so that's how you're connected, and the things you do, they're like dropping a stone in a pond. The ripples move outward, and they affect things in ways that you can't fully comprehend, and it means that the things that you do and that you don't do are far more important than you think. And so if you act that way, of course, the terror of realizing that is that it actually starts to matter what you do, and you might say, well, that's better than living a meaningless existence. It's better for it to matter. But I mean, if you really asked yourself, would you be so sure if you had the choice? I can live with no responsibility whatsoever. The price I pay is that nothing matters. Or I can reverse it and everything matters. But I have to take the responsibility that's associated with that. It's not so obvious to me that people would take the meaningful path. You know, when you say, well, nihilists suffer dreadfully because there's no meaning in their life and they still suffer. Yeah, but the advantage is they have no responsibility. So that's the payoff, and I actually think that's the motivation. Say, well, I can't help being nihilistic. All my belief systems have collapsed. It's like, yeah, maybe. Maybe you've just allowed them to collapse because it's a hell of a lot easier than acting them out. And the price you pay is some meaningless suffering, but you can always whine about that and people will feel sorry for you, and you have the option of taking the pathway of the martyr, so that's a pretty good deal, all things considered, especially when the alternative is to bear your burden properly and to live forthrightly in the world. Well, what Solzhenitsyn figured out, and so many people in the 20th century, it's not just him, even though he's the best example, is that if you live a pathological life, you pathologize your society. And if enough people do that, then it's hell. Really, really. And you can read the Gulag Archipelago if you have the fortitude to do that, and you'll see exactly what hell is like. And then you can decide if that's a place you'd like to visit, or even more importantly, if it's a place you'd like to visit and take all your family and friends, because that's what happened in the 20th century. No one can live without a routine. You just forget that. If you guys don't have a routine, I would recommend, like, you get one going, because you cannot be mentally healthy without a routine. You need to pick a time to get up. Whatever time you want, but pick one and stick to it, because otherwise you dysregulate your circadian rhythms and they regulate your mood. Plan a life you'd like to have. And you do that partly by referring to social norms. That's more or less rescuing your father from the belly of the whale, but the other way you do that is by having a little conversation with yourself about, as if you don't really know who you are, because you know what you're like. You won't do what you're told. You won't do what you tell yourself to do. You must have noticed that. It's like you're a bad employee and a worse boss, and both of those work, you know, for you. You don't know what you want to do, and then when you tell yourself what to do, you don't do it anyways. You should fire yourself and find someone else to be. But you know, my point is that you have to understand that you're not your own servant, so to speak. You're someone that you have to negotiate with, and you're someone that you want to present the opportunity of having a good life to. And that's hard for people because they don't like themselves very much. So, you know, they're always like cracking the whip and then procrastinating, and cracking the whip and then procrastinating, and it's like, God, it's so boring and such a pathetic way of spending your time. I think what you have to do, and this is part of humility, is you have to look around you within your sphere of influence, like the direct sphere of influence, and fix the things that announce themselves as in need of repair. But one of the main reasons that people don't get what they want is because they don't actually figure out what it is. And the probability that you're going to get what would be good for you, let's say, which would even be better than what you want, right? Because, you know, you might be wrong about what you want easily, but maybe you could get what would really be good for you. Well, why don't you? Well, because you don't try. You don't think, okay, here's what I would like if I could have it. And I don't mean in a way that you manipulate the world to force it to deliver you goods for status or something like that. That isn't what I mean. I mean something like, imagine that you were taking care of yourself like you were someone you actually cared for. And then you thought, okay, I'm caring for this person. I would like things to go as well for them as possible. What would their life have to be like in order for that to be the case? Well, people don't do that. They don't sit down and think, all right, you know, let's figure it out. You've got a life. It's hard, obviously. It's like 3 years from now, you can have what you need. You got to be careful about it. You can't have everything. You can have what would be good for you, but you have to figure out what it is, and then you have to aim at it. Well, my experience with people has been is if they figure out what it is that would be good for them, and then they aim at it, then they get it. And it's strange because they don't it's a strange thing. It's not quite that simple because, you know, you may formulate an idea about what would be good for you, and then you take 10 steps towards that and you find out that your formulation was a bit off, and so you have to reformulate your goal. You know, so you're kind of going like this as you move towards the goal. But a huge part of the reason that people fail is because they don't ever set up the criteria for success. And so, since success is a very narrow line and very unlikely, the probability that you're going to stumble on it randomly is 0. And so there's a proposition here, and the proposition is If you actually want something, you can have it. Now the question then would be, well, what do you mean by actually want? And the answer is that you reorient your life in every possible way to make the probability that that will occur as certain as possible. And that's a sacrificial idea, right? It's like, you don't get everything. Obviously. But maybe you can have what you need. And maybe all you have to do to get it is ask. But the asking isn't a whim or today's wish. It's like, you have to be deadly serious about it. You have to think, okay, like, I'm taking stock of myself. And if I was going to live properly in the world and I was going to set myself up such that being would justify itself in my estimation, and I don't mean as a harsh judge, exactly what is it that I would aim at? Sit on your bed one day and ask yourself, what remarkably stupid things am I doing on a regular basis to absolutely screw up my life? And if you actually ask that question, but you have to want to know the answer, right? Because that's actually what asking the question means. It doesn't mean just mouthing the words. It means you have to decide that you want to know. You'll figure that's out so fast it'll make your hair curl. If you want to know something about yourself, sit on your bed one night and say, what's one thing I'm doing wrong, that I know I'm doing wrong, that I could fix, that I would fix? You meditate on that, you'll get an answer. And it won't be one you want, but it'll be the necessary one. When you're trapped, some of it's your own inadequacy. What you can do to begin with is every bloody thing you possibly can do to put yourself in the most virtuous and powerful negotiating position possible. Wherever I go in the world, people come up to me and they often have a pretty rough story to relate. It's an awful thing because you see, even in the revelation of their triumph, the initial depth of their despair. So I wouldn't change that. But it's not nothing. And it's certainly not just happiness. It's better than happiness, but it's almost unbearable.
Quick one, can you do me a favor if you're listening to this and hit the subscribe button, the follow button, wherever you're listening to this podcast? Thank you so much. The conversation you guys have been waiting for. I say that because of the thousands and thousands of messages I've had since I announced that Jordan Peterson, the man himself, all the way from Canada, came here to sit in my kitchen and have a conversation with me. And what a conversation it was. One of the most moving moments in the history of this podcast takes place in this conversation. And I think the thing that people love about Jordan Peterson is his unrelenting desire to just say what he believes to be true, not what he believes to be correct, not what people want to hear, not what people will be happy to hear. And it's because of that, it's because of his pursuit of truth, that he's managed to change millions and millions and millions of people's lives. That is absolutely no understatement. So without further ado, I'm Stephen Bartlett, and this is the Diary of a CEO. I hope nobody's listening, but if you are, then please keep this to yourself.
First, I feel like I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I want to say thank you for the impact you've had on my life. And I'll point at the specific impact you've had on my life. I And you asked me before we started recording why this podcast had been successful. One of the reasons is actually something I've gained from reading and listening to your work, and that's this real commitment to trying to be your true self and trying to be your truth. This podcast wouldn't be successful, and I wouldn't have been successful in terms of pursuing myself had I not understood the importance of truth across all facets of life and in my relationships, which was a real pivotal thing for me.
Mhm.
And that's thanks
So
to
what's
your work.
changed in your relationships as a consequence of that?
So I believe it's really difficult to truly connect with someone if you're not speaking and being your truth. And I wasn't. I think I was wearing a mask in my relationships in the context of I didn't express how I was thinking and feeling. I was trying to be who I thought my partner wanted me to be. And at the point when I let down the mask and I started speaking my truth, actually, as I was departing from the relationship got stronger than ever before. And it was like we were never actually connected until I was being true with her, with my feelings, with what I wanted, with my life. And since then, I would categorize my relationship as being the strongest thing I've ever seen in terms of a romantic connection with someone.
And so when you were starting to talk in your relationship in a more truthful manner, what did that mean that you had to admit? I mean, you just said that part of it was a disconnect between who you were trying to be and who you really were. So that's a persona issue, right? So you think maybe, and everyone has this proclivity to some degree, is they're deeply self-conscious and uncertain. And so instead of allowing the person they're with to connect with that underlying uncertainty and inadequacy, they act out a persona.
Yeah.
And then the problem is that, well, perhaps the person falls in love with that persona, but there's no real connection there. It's an artifice. And, you know, having said that, one of the things that Carl Jung, the great psychotherapist, said about a persona is, don't be thinking that you're better off if you never formed one. So for Jung, it was a voyage from, say, undifferentiated self in infancy and so forth, through persona to authenticity, because you have to act out your ideals to some degree, right? And you also have to formulate a avatar of yourself in some sense that's a mediator between you and other people in casual social encounters. Like, you don't want to walk into the bank and have the teller tell you about his or her day when you say, "How are you doing?" Right? I mean, now and then that can happen, but generally it's too much intimacy too quickly. And so you need this functional shell. But the problem arises when that functional shell is all that there is. And then the real person underneath is just desperate and unhappy because nothing of what's being acted out reflects a true underlying reality.
What is the consequence, the long-term consequence of acting? So many people, especially because of the world I live in Instagram and social media, we kind of build out these personas and then we almost follow the implicit instructions that come with those personas.
Well, that's the problem right there, is that, well, that I'm trying to get a hold of the Disney people at the moment because I want to do a lecture series on Pinocchio, because I think Pinocchio is brilliant work of art. And if you're a puppet and an actor, and Pinocchio is both at times in that movie, both a puppet and an actor. So why an actor? Like, why is there something wrong with being an actor? Well, the first question is, well, who sets your role? And then the second question is, who's pulling your strings? So you've put on this front that is there to make you popular and sexy and desirable and to mask from yourself your own inadequacies. But that's a role. Well, who wrote it? And for what purpose? And so Jung said, for example, that we all acted out a myth, and whether we knew it or not. And, you know, maybe you're acting out a tragedy. Maybe you're acting out Narcissus. You don't know, because you've put that on yourself in an attempt, in some ways, to deliver to people what they want, or more accurately, to look as though you're delivering to people what they want. And it's not nothing to do that, right? Because at least you're attempting, in some sense, to adapt to the social world. Someone who's really infantile and dependent, someone who's never left home, part of their problem is that they haven't crafted a persona. So you don't want to denigrate it entirely, but it's no substitute for the real thing. And it turns out that not only is what we want from each other the real thing, but that's also the adventure of your life. And so if you aren't truthful, and that means, unfortunately, especially at the beginning when you start to be truthful, it means deeply coming to terms with your inadequacies in humility. So it's very painful. Without that, you don't have the adventure of your life. You have the role that you've acquiesced to. And that'll take all the meaning out of your life.
The adventure of your life. You say, imagine who you could be, and then aim single-mindedly at that. I encounter these young people who appear to know who they could be, or they've imagined who they could be, but for whatever reason, they seem to choose the certain misery of their current situation, the job that's sucking their soul out, or that relationship, over the uncertainty they'll encounter as they go on the adventure of their life. So what would I say to these young people who always say to me, Steve, I want to do this, but you can see them stifled by fear, because it's like...
Yeah, well, it's like, make a plan, man. So when I was doing my clinical work, which I did a lot of career work with my clients, both at a beginner level, I would say, like really a beginner level, with people who had no employment whatsoever, no history of employment, who were undereducated and who lacked every skill you could possibly imagine. So these were people who were really in dire straits, up to people who were operating at the top of their profession, but who could still strategize forward. And so, for example, let's say you're at a dead end in your job. Okay, so I don't find my work meaningful. All right, so that's a problem statement. It's like, well, why not? I find the work I do repetitive and boring and without spirit. I have a bad relationship or a neutral relationship with my boss who doesn't know who I am. I have problems with coworkers. All of that needs to be differentiated, right, and analyzed in detail. So we might say, for example, let's say you believe that you're undervalued at work, and maybe you are. What you need to do is you have something to say, and we would have to figure out what it is that you have to say. But it would be some variant of, I'm bringing more value to the table than I'm being compensated for, and that's demoralizing me. And it's also not good for you being my boss, because if I'm actually more valuable than is being recognized, then the fact that you're not valuing me properly means that I will become demoralized, I won't work properly, and you won't get the best out of me. So it's bad for both of us. And if your boss is in principle not amenable to such a discussion, then what you should seriously consider doing is finding another job. Okay, so let's say we're going to set you up for this. Okay, this isn't like next week's enterprise, man. This is your life. So the first thing I would ask is, well, do you have your resume or CV in order? Well, I haven't typed it up for 3 years. Well, what do you think about bringing it up? Well, I'm pretty nervous about that because there's some holes in it, and I didn't do so well in college, and I'm kind of embarrassed about my resume. It's like, okay, bring it in. Let's go through it. Let's at least update it. Let's look where the holes are. Let's look at where the inadequacies are as far as you're concerned, right? This isn't my judgment, it's your judgment. Let's walk through those judgments and see if they're warranted, because maybe you're just too guilty and ashamed and self-conscious and anxious, and you're looking at your resume more critically than someone else would, and maybe there's some holes that you need to rectify. You were 2 courses away from your BA and you dropped out or something like that. Well, maybe we need 6 months to address that, and at least, even if you can't be fully educated, you could be taking some courses online. And so when you went to a new job interview and they said, what about this hole? You'd say, well, I came to terms with that 6 months ago, and in an effort to rectify it, I'm taking the following courses, and here's my plan for completion. That's a really good answer. And anyone with any sense who's interviewing will accept that as an indication that although you're not perfect, and who is, that you have a good plan and that you've thought it through. Like, that's the kind of answer that in all likelihood will cement your candidacy for the position. Okay, so now you're going to go to your boss. Well, you have to have your CV and your resume in order, and you have to be able to stand on it solidly, and which at least means that you're prepared to address the inadequacies in a credible, realistic, believable, and truthful manner. All right, now what you do is apply for like 10 jobs. You don't have to take them. But maybe you have to go to an interview or 2 or 3 or 4, and maybe there's a bunch of opportunities out there for you that you didn't even know about. And maybe someone offers you a job. And so now you can go to your boss and say, here's the situation I'm in here at work. Here's my evaluation of the problems in relationship to me. Here's what I could do for you if you gave me a 40% raise and the opportunity to progress, but I'd like to see a plan for that. And I've been looking for other opportunities before conducting this discussion, and I have some. Well, then, if your boss treats you with contempt at that point and doesn't listen, then perhaps he or she is a little more narcissistic than might be optimal, and it's time to find a new job. But this isn't something you do trivially. And so when you're doubtful, say you're trapped, you ask yourself, well, why am I trapped? And that's a hard question, right? Because some of it's your own inadequacy, a lot of it. And all of the part of it that you can deal with is your own inadequacy. So even if it's unfair, even if you're hemmed in for any number of reasons, inappropriate, like ethnically predicated oppression, let's say, or maybe you're in a workplace that really is sexist in some fundamental sense. Well, that's not good. It's not just. It's not fair. It's not meritorious. All of those things. And maybe you shouldn't be there. But what you can do to begin with is every bloody thing you possibly can do to put yourself in the most virtuous and powerful negotiating position possible. And you have to think like a snake in some sense to do that. You got to get the details right. You have to be prepared to bite, and you have to have your eyes on the prize, so to speak. And people aren't taught this sort of thing ever, really. They're not taught how to negotiate. They're not taught how to goal set. They're not taught how to conceptualize appropriate success in some broad sense. In some sense, that's what the humanities are supposed to teach people. So,
on that point of understanding my inadequacies or someone's inadequacies, I really believe that it's really difficult to undergo self-development if you don't have self-awareness. And I was really trying to understand from your writings how someone is to build their self-awareness. It's almost like the unknown unknown. If you don't have it, how do you build the thing?
Well, I know a good exercise for that. It's like a prayer in some sense. In fact, I would say it's proper prayer. If you want to know something about yourself, sit on your bed one night and say to yourself, you got to mean this. Like, you got to be desperate. This is no game, this. It's like, my life is not everything I want it to be, and perhaps it's not everything that I need it to be. And by need, I mean my life is so unbearable that the suffering that's attendant upon that is make me nihilistic, cynical, bitter, resentful, homicidal, genocidal, unable to have a good relationship, prone to punish people for their virtues because of my jealousy, driving the proclivity to see evil everywhere except within my own heart. Like, these are problems, man. And you ask yourself, you sit on the bed and say, okay, man, I'm ready to learn something. Like, what's one thing I'm doing wrong that I know I'm doing wrong, that I could fix, that I would fix? It's like, you meditate on that, you'll get an answer. And it won't be one you want, but it'll be the necessary one. And it's often something that will point you to small things. So Carl Jung said, people in the modern world don't see God because they don't look low enough. And so imagine you're in your messy bedroom, and you're sitting on the edge of the bed trying to have an honest dialogue with yourself. And the little voice says, it's pretty disgusting in here. And you think, well, I'm way above such trivial niceties as organizing my room. It's like, well, that's pride. That's arrogance. If you're above organizing what's actually yours, how in the world are you ever going to organize anything else? And so you get on your knees and you think, well, it's time to, take a brush to the toilet. And maybe that's where you start. And that works. Like, that works. You start making those micro improvements, like real micro improvements, real on the ground, actual micro improvements to things that are wrong, you'll improve unbelievably rapidly.
What you're talking about there sounds to me a lot like an overdose of arrogance and also the need for humility. Do you think the Western world suffers from arrogance because of our relative privilege and luxury that we kind of overlook?
Of course, well, that's a temptation, right? I mean, when the radical lefty types go after people for their unearned privilege, they have a point. Now, the point is, the existentialists called it thrownness, which is that's a Heideggerian term. And thrownness is the fact that we kind of experience life as if we're tossed into it, thrown into it. You know, you're male and not female. You're Hindu and not Christian. You're tall and not short. You have an arbitrary range of talents and an arbitrary range of limitations, none of which, in some sense, you chose. It's the cards you're dealt. Now, some of those are cards of privilege. You know, maybe you're born intelligent. Maybe you're born symmetrical. Maybe you're born healthy. Maybe you're born into a culture where it's much easier not to be absolutely deprived. Maybe your parents are rich. And so all of that, in some sense, is unearned. Now, along with that comes a good dose of existential guilt. Because at the same time, and this is true for anyone, regardless of their cultural background, the ground we walk on is soaked in the blood of historical atrocity.
Hey, what's up,
And so
Seeker?
that's on you. Because, you know, people think, well, who's the Nazi? Well, it's the fascist,
me
or
after,
it's
like,
the,
I had a
or
4-hour
who's the
session
radical communist?
gaming
It's the
and,
radical left-wing ideologue. And
just
the
kinda vegging out a
fundamental
little bit 'cause I
truth of
was
the matter is that's
tryharding
best
and
dealt
fault.
with as a spiritual matter.
So now I'm
is
listening to
the adversary
Jordan
is
Peterson
within,
playing little Pokemon Yellow.
really, most profoundly. And so you have to take the responsibility for that historical atrocity onto yourself. I was talking to Guy Ritchie this week about his movie King Arthur. It's quite an interesting movie in many ways. And when Arthur, who could be the hero, takes the sword, he's so overcome by visions of his murderous uncle that he can't pick up the weapon. Well, think about that. Now, you have weapons at your disposal, but they've been used by your murderous uncle. How dare you wield them? And the answer is,
I guess it was pretty loud, huh?
maybe it's easy just to leave the sword on the ground because
No, I was just saying that I was playing Fault. I played it for like 4 hours or so. And I just needed a break.
And so, the way you pay for your privilege is with your virtue. I mean
So I'm
that
playing little
most
Pokemon Yellow.
particularly. You have these opportunities and this existential guilt. And the way you expiate that and atone.
The dude
is
speaking,
by
his name is Jordan
doing your
Peterson.
best to
He's
live
like a
the best possible life you can manage, to speak the truth, to treat people with respect, to abide by the
I'm in
principles of
Pokemon
dignity of
Yellow.
the individual, and to put your house in order. And that's how you pay for your unearned privilege. All of us. And we all have our privileges and our curses, you know. All of us have that. That's why it's not useful to be envious of people.
At least I thought it was.
You know, you see you're a young man.
See what
you
happens
see
if I
someone
type that
drive
in.
by
I have
in
no
a car
idea.
with blonde, and you think, my God,
Is
he's
that a
got
category I can
everything. And,
click on? Am
you
I
know,
in here?
The woman in the car is a prostitute who's got
Yeah.
a cocaine addiction, and her life is just one catastrophe after another. And he's had to lie and cheat his way into this position, and he's afraid that everything's going to come crashing down on
Oh
him.
yeah.
That's what you're
I was
jealous of.
playing.
And it's just not
Got
that
destroyed the first match.
profound.
And then
You don't want someone else's fate.
Pepperoni joined in,
fate's
and
enough.
Tragic Johnson,
your
and some of the
adventures
boys joined in
it's
afterward,
plenty.
and we started
More than
mopping
you
after
can
that.
ever
We had
fully
some really good
realize.
matches.
And so that's also part of the reason that we all believe that the individual has some intrinsic dignity. It's don't be so sure that your position and your room is so damn trivial. It might be your attitude towards it that's trivial. And if you're in dire straits and dire circumstances, just look at how much
Excuse me.
opportunity you have to make things better. So, not that it's easy. You don't even want it to be easy. No, so.
On that point of you don't want it to be easy, I've really contended with this idea of struggle and chaos in my life and the role it plays. And once upon a time, I thought I was trying to rid my life of chaos and struggle.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to get rich and
Like
get a
a,
Ferrari.
I see that I've been online for about 5 hours now.
Free of struggle. But then I looked at some studies and heard about this thing called gold medal depression when Olympians come back from the Olympics and they've lost orientation, and then the day when someone offered to buy my company for a nine-figure number, and it filled me with this emptiness and this dread, and I tried to understand the role that struggle would have to play for me to be a fulfilled human being for the rest of my life.
Yeah, well, the observation with regard to your company, that's a great observation. I mean, we're built to walk uphill, and when you reach the pinnacle of the hill, you want to stop and appreciate the vision, but the next thing you want is a higher hill in the distance, because it's the uphill climb.
I wonder why it's doing that.
It's from the uphill climb
Because
that we derive our value.
it should be announcing properly, because even in my Discord server,
Emotion we feel, especially the emotion that fills us with enthusiasm, and that's to be filled with the
even in
Spirit
my
of God,
Discord
by the
server,
way,
I
because
haven't
that's what
linked.
enthusiasm means. That's experienced in relationship to a goal. And so in some sense, and this is part of the religious enterprise, you want a goal that you can never attain.
Like, let's see
Right?
here.
So you can always move closer to the goal that recedes as you move towards it. You think, well, that's frustrating. It's like Sisyphus pushing the rock uphill. But it's not, because as you pursue that goal, you put yourself together and your life does get better and richer and more abundant. And that's why the highest levels of virtue and goal are in some sense transcendent. You want them to be above everything you're doing so you can continually move towards something that's more sublime and better. That's what you are. You're here to live, not to sleep. And the problem with the vision of Mai Tais on the beach is that, well, first of all, that's a vision of drug-induced unconsciousness. Second, it's only going to work for about a week. Third, you're going to be a laughingstock in a month, and depressed and aimless and goalless.
Sorry, I was gambling on my
that's not, it's
Discord.
You want a
Let's see
horizon of
here.
ever-expanding possibility.
Live
And
alerts.
so it does happen to people.
Yeah,
as they
even my
stake
live alerts
their
that's
soul
linked to my
on the
channel
attainment of an
on my
instrumental
Discord
goal.
shows that I
It
went
can be a
live at
pretty high order
3:52.
goal. It was in your case. But then you think, well, now I'm there.
Weird, dude.
Now what?
If you
Well,
was,
the answer can't be,
hey, maybe you got
well,
some
I'm
weird
going to live in the lap
notifications
of
going on in
luxury,
there.
never have to leave
I
the
don't know,
field.
man.
What do you want to be, a giant infant with a gold bottle?
What you been up to,
never
man?
have to do anything but
How's
lay
the
on your
fam?
back and
How's
suck?
business
It's
going?
like, well, you see the problem with that as a conceptualization. It's no, you want to be like an active warrior moving uphill with your sword in hand, and that's dynamic, that's exciting, and that's why so many young men disappear into video games. That's all acted out in the video game. So you have to act
Oh, no
out
shit.
your own life.
Did you
Not
like it?
that I despise video games, because I don't, but they're not a substitute.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about,
They
my
might
man.
be good training under some conditions for
That's what I'm talking about.
So
One of the things I was also really keen to ask you was about what's happened in the world over the last 2 years. One of the shifts we've seen in the business world is this move to remote working, and I hate it. And I hate it for a variety of reasons, because I feel like there's very few
Nice.
institutions in
Yeah, a lot of people are kind of like
where I have a chance to
up in
meaningfully
arms and
connect with
pissy at
people.
fault because
Dating has become screens, socializing has become screens.
excuse me,
And
how much they
this
enjoyed
institutional office in my life was one of the
Pred
places,
or whatever.
especially as a younger man,
But
where I got to meet pretty much 90% of my
I don't know.
best
I like
friends
fault, man. I
and
got no
also,
problem with fault.
partners, and I really worry about sitting behind a Zoom doing my work for the next 10 years. What is your take on remote working?
well, I like it and I don't like it. I think it's very difficult for us to understand our embodied environments well enough to duplicate them in a healthy and comprehensive manner in the virtual world, because we just don't understand
So that's
what it is that we're doing.
an
when we
indirect
actually
way of
do
saying you got
things
your
rather than represent
PP drug in the dirt,
so
huh?
For example, I've thought a lot
Bro.
about online
Bro.
university. Okay, so then you could imagine.
That's all good, man.
Well, you can certainly imagine online.
We'll get you up there.
lecture
Well,
courses.
he'll get you up there. I'm just
And you
kind of,
could
I'm
say,
a
well,
dirty,
the
I'm a
fact that
filthy
they can be
casual.
delivered on a large scale, very inexpensively, is a virtue. You can bring the knowledge to a very large number of people at a low cost. So why not do that? And so that's half the university. And then you could say, well, imagine that you generated the
Oh
system of
no, don't
universal
say.
tests with
Okay, so certain
responsibility,
comments
and
you
that
should
means
probably
bring
stick to yourself, bro.
accreditation to everyone
You can't be,
at a low cost
you
as
can't be
well. And
digging
that's
that deep of a grave.
Universities online. But presumes that you know what the university is, and you don't. Because, well, here's some other things the university is.
Limbo.
An excuse for young, a credible
You say
excuse
limbo
and
more than
socially
anybody I
sanctioned
know.
for young
Limbo.
people who have not yet established a career goal to adopt an identity of upward striving for 4 years away from their parents while they meet a new group of friends. Like, that might be 90% of the university for all we know, because it's certainly, for me, for example, when I went to college, I left home when I was 17, and I left this small town I had grown up in, and in many ways, I left the peers that I had been associating with. Now, a couple of them came to college with me, so I had a toehold there. But I made an entirely different group of friends, and they were friends whose goals were quite radically different.
I don't know if I did.
Let's say, in some sense, left behind. Well,
Because he hasn't been streaming. He's just been doing the YouTube thing.
of my peer network might have been the most important part of the first part of my education. Now, I was fortunate at this place. It was called Grand Prairie College.
And I've been kind of the opposite.
7 professors. 7, which is really good, who really loved to teach.
He showed me
So
some
I
stuff that he was
also
looking at on
learned
the
a lot
DL
in the formal
privately.
sense. But while I was doing that,
But I
was
do
also
not know.
negotiating, well, how much partying do you actually do? Because 0 is
If I was
the
looking
right
at the
amount.
concept of what
But
he's
every
actually doing.
goddamn night till 3 in the morning isn't the right amount either, because you have to balance that in some sense with practicality and upward striving. And so, and how do I live with other people, my roommates? So I had one roommate who's a really good friend of mine still, and he walked 1,000 miles with me this year when I was ill, literally. So I really liked living with him because he was a tough guy, worked in lead smelters, and he was a cowboy, and he was a tough guy.
Oh, that's
4 years
cool.
older than me, about 3 years older than me. He'd come back to
That's
school
slick, dude.
after
That's nice.
bouncing around through these like tough working class occupations, and he had his
Hell
family
yeah,
around
man.
him
That's
and
cool.
and I really liked him as a roommate because I'd buy some groceries and then he'd buy some groceries, or I'd make dinner and he'd make breakfast, and none of that was ever explicitly negotiated. He was just very aware of this reciprocal altruism. Technically, he was very good at. We
When
were
do the
both
wise?
good at
Hey,
tracking our mutual
just take a little
obligations and
edit, right?
fulfilling them. So we had a very peaceful relationship. I lived with him for a year, and then a little bit at different times and in different places. And I learned to live with a whole variety of roommates. I had many roommates. We had a kind of a frat house in the first college I went to, and I think anywhere from 6 to 20 people lived there, depending on the week. You know, it was ridiculous. It was way too much fun, and that was also a problem. But when I look back on that time in my life, I certainly can't reduce the educational experience to virtual classes and virtual tests. That's 10% of it. And we don't know how to replicate those environments that are so formative, especially in their everydayness, you know, because you live with your roommates. That's a 24-hour thing. And so the problem with virtualization is that we don't understand our environments well enough to be certain that we're not excluding something vital when we concentrate only on what we think conceptually is important. Now, I meet with my son pretty regularly for a project we're working on, which is an app that will teach people to write while they write and use it. So we're quite excited about this. But I meet with him virtually once a week. And it's actually very efficient. He's on the screen. We can see our project in front of us. We can do mutual editing of some of the underlying material, educational material. There's a real place for it. And I have a cottage up north in Toronto where we've set up a studio like your studio here, although ours isn't quite as impressive. But I can have an interview and discussion with anyone,
what you think of
anywhere
the
in
next
world,
one inspired
even
love.
in a foreign language. And that's
I'm not sure I'm catching what you mean in there, boss.
remarkable. But that doesn't mean that we know how to virtualize reality or that we should flee into it, right? And these new technologies, they're unbelievably radical, very hard to master, and so we all have to be careful and try to keep our feet on the ground to some degree.
Are you doing that for one of your clients?
Now, I've really only figured this out in the last 3 months.
Bro, hold on.
I do a series of exercises that my wife taught me that are based in the Kundalini yoga tradition. That's real helpful. Flexibility and breathing exercises. That reduces my anxiety during the day, I would say about 25%. And then I try to reserve some time either for writing or I'm working on a number of artistic projects. And so I'm going to do one or those for a couple hours in the morning and then maybe a walk or something with my
Bro.
wife. And breakfast. I have breakfast during all this.
Well, I know who it
And
is.
then I can turn to
You need a nap, man. If you look at the background and you see that shit going on there,
podcasts and so forth. And so there's
that's
this
like
balance
borderline
between
TOS, dude.
introverted privacy, let's say,
You got
and
shit, people
disconnect
hanging
from
in the
everyone,
background.
except for my wife.
Good
And
lord, you
then,
need a nap. Or maybe some milk, some you need a fucking
reconnection
hug
with
is
the
what you need,
virtual
my
world.
man.
That seems to be working out pretty well. You want to get a balance of that that's actually, to use a terrible cliche, sustainable, right? So you want to hit your projects hard, but you have to leave in that not with entertainment, but with culture, because those are not the same thing. Entertainment is an approximation to culture. You need to leave in that with culture. That's beauty and drama and art and all of that, and then with intimate relationships and friendships. Well, it's very difficult.
I've only played League of Legends like, twice. I don't know. I understand the concept. I know what it is, but I've never really played it.
Like people complain about their phones, but they carry them with them everywhere they go. And I'm not cynical about that. The phone, it's not a phone. God only knows what it is. But it's definitely not a phone. And so it's not surprising that since it just appeared and it's so insanely powerful that we don't know what to do with it, and that might even wreck everything. Like God only knows. Twitter itself could bring civilization to a halt. We don't know how to manage the unintended consequences of our technological prowess.
And that's exactly it. We invent technology, often it seems for efficiency or to increase productivity, and it's almost impossible because of that ignorance to what the unintended consequences might be, to predict them ahead of time. So we optimize.
It's the essential doctrine of conservative political philosophy, right, is beware of unintended consequences. It's like, oh no, this thing will just do what I want it to do and nothing else. It's like, no, even Marx knew that wasn't true. Marx developed the concept of alienation. You know, we get alienated from the products of our effort. That's part of the reason he didn't like factories. And fair enough, you know, because factory work, which is repetitive, in some sense destroys our artisanal relationship with what we produce. Now, the problem with Marx's analysis is that, yeah, but it's pretty damn efficient and it lifts people out of absolute poverty really quickly. So, but that doesn't mean that, and existential philosophers after Marx developed the concept of alienation to quite a high degree. And technology does alienate us because of its artificiality and its coldness and its mechanistic nature, all of that. And well, we have to contend with that wisely. And then you ask, well, how do you contend with things wisely? And I would say, well, don't pollute your thoughts with deceit.
Oops.
You compromise your own wisdom. How are you going to make not intelligent decisions, wise decisions? That's why you shouldn't lie. It's like you're warping the mechanism that orients you in the world. Do you really want to do that?
Well, that's a
This is
clean image, dude.
World, man. And I've seen this in my clinical practice. People whose houses are built on foundations of sand, and the wind
I like
starts
those
to blow,
colors,
and
man.
floods start to rise. They are in such
Okay,
trouble.
I'm a
Such
big
trouble.
fan of the
If you're
background. I'm
lucky
a really
and something terrible comes your way,
like I enjoy space,
you're
astrology, planets,
reasonably
galaxies,
honest in your
universes,
relationships
etc.
are in
So
good
that's
order,
fucking cool in
maybe
itself.
you won't
And
end
I
up
like
in
the
hell. And I mean
bubblegum
hell.
cotton
I don't mean
candy
death. There's
blue,
lots of situations you can
pink,
get yourself in
and then
where
the dark
death
purple
would be far
abstract.
preferable to what
That's
you're
some
going
of my favorite color schemes.
So you need to be afraid of that. It's like, don't lie. In my clinical practice, in 20 years, working with every sort of person you could imagine, I never ever saw anyone get away with anything even once. So, yeah, we're all subject, not least to the judgment of our own conscience. Try to escape from that. No one can escape from that.
Quick one. I can't talk about Huel enough in my life, especially right now. And it's really interesting because what we tend to see at this time of year is the first thing that goes is our diet, quickly followed by our fitness. And we see that in the data across multiple surveys. People in the fourth quarter of the year start indulging a little bit more, which is totally fine. And they start exercising a little bit less, which is totally fine. However, a really useful crutch during this period where the seasons have changed and we're starting to behave a little bit differently is making sure your fridge is stocked with things that are nutritionally complete, healthy, and that are going to be convenient for you to consume without compromising your health. And that is where, ladies and gentlemen, Huel comes in. And they now have 4 brand new flavors. They have the salted caramel flavor, absolutely love. They have the cinnamon swirl flavor, the number 1 new flavor in my opinion, which is really surprising. Iced coffee caramel, and they have the strawberries and cream flavor. If you're going to try any of the new flavors, please do try the cinnamon swirl and let me know what you think. It's an absolute unexpected champion of the new flavors.
Over the last 2 years, the world has gone through this pandemic. For a lot of people, this is the first time, for a certain generation.
As much as I like it, like, I don't know what theme I'm supposed to go for. If you think it would look good, bro, play with the shit as much as you want to, man. If you think it'll look good, dude, like, let your artistic colors fly, dude.
Close. I didn't believe I didn't even know there was tectonic plates under my business that could shut down my business, right? And also in your
Plus, if it's mostly done, fuck it, you know.
Some really, I don't even know what the right adjective is to use to
Tectonic's not bad.
We'll go with tectonic then.
Sure.
Tectonic, unfortunate challenges, I'll say, in your life, but also, with your family. What are the lessons we learn from the pandemic and from that type of tectonic suffering about what actually matters in our lives?
Well, we'll see with regard to the pandemic, because although in some sense it is in some ways over, our reaction to it is by no means over. And part of the reason that we overreacted, I would say, so precipitously to it is that we were unprepared for such things in our naivety. And then we rushed to imitate a totalitarian
Yeah, it's funny, dude, because my kid, he's 4.5, right? He's been really big into space and astrology and shit since he's been about 3. And I'm not just like, I kind of know the planets. Like, my 4.5-year-old, he knows all of the regular planets, in any order he can name them. He knows the dwarf planets, Haumea, Makemake, Eris, Ceres, Pluto. He knows just about how many, he knows how many planets have how many moons. Like, Earth 1, Jupiter has, I think the latest was like 79, Saturn has like 82, Pluto technically has 5. I mean, he knows the difference between the concepts of a black hole and a white hole. And not very many people even know the concept or the theory of white holes. He knows different constellations. He
considerations of short-term propitiation of unwarranted fear.
Yeah, I could go on for a while, but like, he's just fucking 4.5. He's fucking really into that shit. He's kind of put his planet shit on the back burner though, because he's been really big into viruses and macrophages and bacteria and like the human body and stuff like that lately.
That our response to the pandemic
Bro,
caused more death and misery than
he's a COVID baby, so he didn't have really many friends until like just before 4, and the giant absorption years for learning how to be a kid and interact between like 2 and 4, and he's really late developmentally and how to engage kids. He like shyly walks up to kids and just kind of stands around until they play, then he'll kind of play and go play with them and shit. But the way he spent a lot of his time was me and him hanging out, watching YouTube and reading and learning shit like that. And so he just picked up that shit. His phases went from like cars, no, it went from trash truck to cars to bugs, back to cars, into construction vehicles. He knows all the difference, like between excavator, bulldozer, dump truck, a crane. He knows all that shit. And then from there,
And since
he
when
started dabbling with
has it been a proposition
the
of the
planets, and then it just
political
fucking
left that
skyrocketed.
Pharmaceutical companies necessarily have our best interests in mind. Now, I'm not particularly cynical about pharmaceutical companies. I think they have a hard job,
And
both in terms of
I'm tired
research
of
and
working, bro.
development and marketing
If
and
he wants to
sales.
get in that shit and
And they're
become a
going to
genius and
do
all that,
what they
I'm gonna,
can to market and sell.
I'll dump my savings
But
to that kid if he
that
gets
doesn't mean that they are now
any school he
the
wants to go
arbiters
to.
of all public policy, because our politicians are too cowardly and incompetent to do anything but devolve their responsibilities to so-called
I'm
experts,
tired of working,
domain
bro.
experts. Politics is not public health. That's medicine. Politics is the art of analyzing the entire situation and charting a course forward, all things considered. And for politicians to trot out the experts and say follow the science just means that they've abdicated their own responsibilities. And I think it's appalling. I mean, I'm not convinced that the evidence that masks work is scientifically credible. It's certainly at least doubtful. And that's just masks. I read a paper the other day suggesting that to prevent the transmission of one case of COVID,
Right?
you have to lock down
That's what I'm talking about,
1,000
dude.
people. Like, how
Oh,
is
this
that
guy's gonna shit on me.
justifiable? Especially given that the mortality rate of COVID is actually quite low, unless you have a pre-existent health problem, particularly obesity, and although old age also qualifies, as it does for most
You
diseases,
got
but
4
not
great
all.
balls.
And with regards to, let's say, the issue of child vaccination, it's like children have an unbelievably tiny chance of dying from COVID. I don't think there's any scientific justification for immunizing children under 12. Now, at least it's debatable, and I'm not a domain expert, although I'm a decent scientist and I know how to read the research material.
I was mining for a good while.
We'll see
I was
what we
mining
have to
Ethereum
learn
for
from
a long time. I haven't mined in probably 5 or 6 months, man.
You know, you might ask yourself, well, was that a tectonic shift in dire physical necessity?
And I
because
didn't
the
quit
COVID virus was
because of
genuinely so
fear
dangerous,
of
or was
performance
it
loss or
an
anything. It was just,
indication tectonically of our
I
absolute
don't know, man.
inadequacy
Since I
in the
spent
face of even a
5
moderate existential
between,
challenge?
yeah, about
And maybe it's a
5
little
grand on my
column A and a
computer.
little column B, you know?
I just, for some reason, don't. I don't want to use the word taint, but I don't want to just full bore my GPU into mining like I was.
Do you know what you would have done differently or in response to this virus emerging in Wuhan?
I would say, well, thank you for the offer, but I declined the position. And the reason I would say that is because I think that
Now, are you
right
into
solution
the
to
mining
these
aspect
serious
of it, or
problems
just
is
like
to be
trading,
thorough
like
and
day
level
trading
with
it or
the
whatever?
individual. So I don't think if I wanted to pursue what I regarded as the ultimate goal, the ultimate goal for me is
Excuse
the
me.
encouragement of the individual. And that's not essentially a political enterprise. It's
Ooh.
essentially a theological enterprise. And politics has to be subordinate to that. And so I've debated throughout the entire course of my life whether I would adopt a political
Look at that
career.
shit.
It was my initial ambition when I was very young, 14 I would say. But when push came to shove at every decision point in my life, if I had to choose between working on the encouragement of the individual and pursuing a political career, I always chose the former. And that's
Who's
happened
poisoned?
every time the decision has come up.
Oh,
I've
Diglett?
been approached by people in Canada to involve myself more deeply in a practical role, and also publicly as a political figure.
Mm.
I'd
See,
rather
I
do
have
what
like
I'm
a
doing.
much
I'm in
stronger
contact
like
with people
understanding of how to
all the
perfectly
both on the
set the hardware aspect
people in the
things.
middle, people on the
And
right,
I've
people on the
used
left. I'm agnostic about that because
I've
I
used
know
everything,
full
man.
well
I've
that conservatives
used
have something to say,
fucking
and
so
left-leaning
many different
liberals
types of
have something to
GPUs
say.
and cross
That's basically
performance
predicated to some
analysis,
degree on
you
their
know,
temperament. So
overclocked, manually
conservatives tend to be
overclocked through
more
a web
conscientious, so
GUI.
that's orderly and industrious, dutiful, patriotic, willing to make and keep verbal contracts, reliable.
As far as knowledge of how and
capable
when to buy and sell,
implementation at the
I ain't
level
got
of
it.
detail. That's kind of conservative virtues there, but they tend to be lower in creativity, openness to experience. They don't think as divergently, and their conscientiousness tends to constrain their creativity. Whereas the liberal types, they're high in openness to experience, that's the creativity dimension, but they tend to be lower in conscientiousness, particularly orderliness. And so what that means is those with a liberal temperament tend to be creative / entrepreneurs, and those with a conservative temperament tend to be managerial and administrative.
Nope.
That doesn't mean
I haven't made that much. I think in a year I made like,
well, you want a
I don't know, I made about,
to run your business. You might want a more liberal person
between mining
off-the-wall
with
ideas,
GPUs
you know,
and just
then if
literally
you're gonna
flipping
run
the
an enterprise,
GPUs,
business or a society,
I made
there has to
between
be a
like 6 and 10
continual
grand.
dialogue between people of different temperaments.
I'm not
so
in
that
your
we
level
can
yet,
keep
but
the
you know,
ship
someday I'll
state,
grow up
let's say,
and be on your
tracking
level.
to an ever-moving destination. That's why free speech is so necessary. It's not another right; it's the right. So, because none of us know what's going on in the
That's a
final
big boy
analysis,
investment,
because
dude.
The future is different than the past. Really, we have to talk about what to do all the time.
Thank you.
Because even if we made wise decisions in the past, that doesn't mean that we can mindlessly replicate those decisions right now in the present to deal with a changing future. So I want to help encourage people to become the sort of people who can engage in that free dialogue. And I think that's the best way forward, especially as we all become more technologically powerful. It's like, you better be smart enough to use your iPhone. And that's pretty damn smart, let's say wise, because that's no trivial gadget. And if you're not careful with it, it will turn on you. Will build authoritarian
Are you gonna make some
presumptions
for
into
you?
our artificial intelligence system.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock. Last time I ate was
And
like
then
2
look
o'clock.
the hell
So.
out. So if you're gonna have
Thank you.
a hydrogen bomb, you better be wise enough to wield it.
On that point of the encouragement of the individual, we all have people in our lives that we want to encourage.
We hope.
Yeah, we hope, right? And we sometimes fall foul of trying to force our own bias, our own intention for them, on them. What is the best way? If I've got a friend in my life or a you know, partner that I want to encourage to come out of their place of despair,
Guess
into a
shift
better
my
place,
ass cheeks.
how do I effectively do that without overpowering them or stifling them or making them feel inadequate, which is sometimes the consequence of trying to change someone you love?
Well, example's good. But then I would say disabuse yourself of the notion that you know what is best for this person. You don't, not only do you not know, you actually don't want that responsibility for two reasons. Let's say they do what you
Shit,
say.
man. So that stigma was,
Well, whose victory is
like,
that?
I had, you know, whenever I was growing up,
theirs.
and I even
If
played,
it's
I
yours,
fucked
then
around
you just
Pokemon in
steal
high
it.
school a little bit.
And then let's say they fail
But
following your advice.
I became
They pay the
like
price for that. And you can skip away merrily
a
and say,
lunatic,
well, I
I'll
should have
just say
spoken
that.
more carefully.
And so I just didn't give a fuck
mess
about
about with
anything.
people's destiny.
And I
You
was
do not
part of a
know
group
where
of
they're
kind of
headed.
scary individuals, and
having
so
said
nobody would like say or do shit to us, except for obviously like rival territory people. But we did kind of whatever we wanted to. We played Pokemon. We had parties. We did shit I can't talk about.
Well, you know, what's up?
So I was blessed with having a lot of freedom of
And you can't think,
shit
well,
like
I'm
that.
going to ask questions to lead this person in a particular direction.
I know,
because
dude.
that's the same
Scroll
game,
up
same
in Discord, man.
game. You have to see what it is that you want to
I know who you are.
see this when people
I know
ask me
you, bro. I
questions
see
after my
you.
lectures, you know. Now and then.
Yeah, I remember you saying that you had a Shadowless first edition base set Charizard that you're gonna give it to me for free because I'm such an amazing client of yours. I mean, I remember that pretty clearly.
And that goes real well, but not infrequently someone stands up with a little prepared speech that's packaged as a question. So I get this from Christian traditionalists fairly frequently. They get up and they ask me about my religious convictions, but really what they want to do is corner me into admitting that I should accept Jesus Christ as my Savior and join a particular, let's say, denomination. It's not a question. It's just a manipulation. And so your questions...
No, as much hype and as valuable as Charizard is,
and you really listen, they will
my favorite Pokemon is Blastoise and Gengar. So I'd probably choose a Shadowless base set first edition Blastoise as a gift if I had the opportunity.
Their name. They're all usually flustered when they come up to me. They don't really want to interrupt me.
Gengar's my dude. I fucking
The
love
first thing I do
Gengar.
is shake their hand
And random thought, or excuse me, random info.
Not that good at remembering names,
but
He can, in these old games, whenever you fight that grass bitch and she gives you Mega Drain, Gengar can learn Mega Drain. So you give him like Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Mega Drain, and then kind of like whatever else you want to give him. So he's always putting bitches to sleep and always getting his health back.
And then if you listen, people tell you what they have to say, and then you get wise because you collect all that. And so you want to help someone. Well, first of all, you decide that you're aiming towards help, right? And that you do that in the spirit of ignorance. This is what every good clinician learns, is I don't know where you're headed. I don't know what's wrong with you. This is a hard problem, man. It's like, what's your problem? I don't know what your problem is. So let's find that out first, and then let's find out one thing you can ask people. This is actually useful in an argument with someone you love.
Tell me which of the legendary birds is your favorite.
What are your preconditions for satisfaction? Now, I wouldn't state it like that. It's like, if I could give you what you wanted right now in the context of this argument, and I wasn't doing it in a manipulative way, what is it that I would have to say or do that would in principle satisfy you?
You have that little...
And that's a hard question, you know? And
playing that bitch on 64, it was so fun.
And then I will say, what words should I use? And they'll say, well, if you loved me...
And you were just fucking in it, too. I remember that shit came out, and you were so fucking hypey because your Pokemon are now on the big screen. 3D animations just kicking everybody's ass.
In a good faith demonstration of my
It
commitment
was so hype,
that
bro,
won't be so
when that
good
shit came
because
out.
Maybe it would have been better if I came up with it myself, but maybe next time I can do slightly better. And that works. It requires
My
the
digger was
person who's
unconscious. I don't know how he just cut that plant.
to think through
Woo,
the
that was
question
close.
even of whether there's anything that could be said or done that would satisfy them.
The
And if
fuck
the
is
answer to
that?
Is no. Well, probably the relationship is over. But certainly, the person that they're accusing has been put in an absolutely impossible position. But usually, almost inevitably, if the person meditates on it for a bit, there is something that would satisfy them that can be negotiated, as long as they're willing to give you the opportunity to do it, you know, stupidly and badly. So, listening, man. Jimmy Carr, I talked to Jimmy Carr 2 weeks ago, the famous comedian. Yeah, he was real interesting. He said comedy is the most dialogical of the entertainment forms. And I thought, well, what do you mean by that? Because you're just it's a monologue, right? Now, I do monologues, but I pay attention to the audience, right? I'm always talking to individual people in the audience.
I really
and
like that
watching
move,
their
Metronome.
reactions and listening to the audience as a whole. So
Oof.
even though it's a lecture or a talk, I'm watching the audience and responding. So we're in a kind of dance. Well, Carr pointed out that comedians, before they hit the road, and this is virtually invariably the case, they have their new routines. So their corpus of potentially funny jokes, and then they do 200 shows in front of small audiences, and the audience either laughs or doesn't. And if you're listening, you collect all the jokes that people laugh at. If you do that 200 times, you have nothing but hilarious material. But you listen, and then you can go out on the road. And that was very interesting to me, because humor is a mysterious phenomenon, experientially and conceptually, and it's sort of precognitive and instinctual, but it's also extremely sophisticated, and there's an element of transcendence about it, right? Because you can laugh at yourself, and that's in some sense the highest form of humor. And so it's so interesting that we can criticize and elevate.
Wouldn't that be fucking exciting, dude? Hell, man, like a realistic, most animes, if they came out with like a realistic one, that'd be fun.
Shares them with the audience.
Right now, me and Lady are in the process of watching fucking
The best way to help someone is not to give them advice.
Attack on Titan.
I had a guest actually come on this podcast before Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr was on 2 weeks ago, and we had a great conversation about happiness and the nature of happiness. And the guest before Jimmy Carr wrote in my diary, which is a tradition we have now, where all the guests that come on write a question for the next guest. So there is a question there for you. But the guest wrote a question which changed his life, which is, are you happy? And from reading your work and understanding your position on happiness and it not being the thing to aim for, which really struck me because I thought, I thought life was the North Star of our lives was to try and
Fucking
be happy.
level does he
I
evolve,
guess my
bro?
question is, I was going to ask you that question.
Aim to be good and pray for happiness.
So the question I was going to is pretty much that is, what is a better question for me to ask you if I'm checking in on you? Because we asked that question with good intentions. Are you happy? What's a better question for me to ask Jordan Peterson?
How are you doing?
How are you doing? How are you doing?
Brilliantly and terribly. That's when you listen to a profound piece of music, one that sort of spans the whole emotional experience, it's not happy. Happy is elevator music, and probably you just shouldn't listen to that at all. Right? And you think, why? Well, it's harmless, it's treacly, it's sweet. It's simple, it lacks depth.
And you're like,
shallow,
yeah. That was a good look for me too, because like my hairs are receding, so I look like a genuine villain.
Horror, I would say, that is characteristic of the best of all music. You listen to some simple music, so-called. Hank Williams is a good example. The blues cowboy from the 50s who died of alcoholism when he was 27 and whose voice sounds like an 80-year-old man. Simple melody, but there's nothing simple in the song and in the voice. It's deep, it's like the blues. It's like
I have not.
blues in the States from the 20s, and it was certainly influenced by that tradition. There's this admission of a deep suffering at the same time as you get the beautiful transcendence of the music. And that's meaning, that's awful in the most fundamental sense, but you need an antidote to suffering, and it has to be deep. And
Nope.
deep
I
moves
actually,
and it's not a
just to
trivial
put my
thing.
business out there,
But that's better than
I was in a relationship for like 5 or 6 years before I got in the one I'm in now.
pursuing that, and while you're immersed
And
in
in
it,
that
you get to be
relationship,
happy.
my ex,
And you should
she
fall on your
was
knees and
into
be
anime and
grateful
shit,
for
so
that
I
when
just
it
never, I
happens.
didn't really
It's
want
a
to watch it by
gift.
myself.
It really is a
And
gift.
so since she
When
didn't
it
like
comes
shit,
upon you
I didn't watch it.
unexpectedly, you're
And now
happy.
that I'm free to do whatever I want to,
But
and the wonderful partner I have now is really
aim
big
to climb
into that
up
shit,
hill to the
I can
highest
watch it all the
peak you
fucking
could
time.
possibly envision.
And so
And
I'm on the
that's-
process of
that's
going
better
through a
than
lot
happy.
of different animes.
Why did you include terribly?
Well, for example, now when I go, wherever I go in the world, people come up to me and they're usually, I wouldn't say they're happy to see me. They're often in tears, and they often have a pretty rough story to relate. They were suicidal or nihilistic or homicidal or trapped, desperate, and they tell me
Oh,
that real fast.
okay, motherfucker.
And then they say,
Shoot me
"I've
some.
overcome that to a
Give me
large
your
degree.
top
Thank
5
you
then,
for that."
and shoot it to me in Discord, and
And you
I
think,
got a little
well,
list.
that's
I got a
pretty
couple of
something
people who
to
shoot me some lists and stuff.
Have that happen over and over. In some
So
ways you
I'll
might
do
think,
some
well, how could anything
cross
better
analysis
possibly
to see
happen
which one I'm
you?
gonna
You have
watch
people
next.
come up to you all over the world, strangers, and open themselves up like that. Like
And
they're
hell,
your
if you want to, I
friends
don't know
so
if you're part of my
quickly.
Discord. Put that shit in my general
At
channel
the
in
same
Discord.
time, it's an
Oh, I should
awful
do
thing,
a tally or a vote.
because you see, even in the revelation of their triumph, the initial depth of their despair. So I wouldn't change that. But it's not nothing. And it's certainly not just happiness. It's better than happiness, but it's almost unbearable. God, tears again. It's been quite a 2 weeks in the UK. It's been amazing. It's been amazing. such a great country, this country. Such a profound place. And it was so wonderful to see Cambridge and Oxford and to be welcomed by the students. And
I saw the queues around the block and the reaction you got. I watched the talk in Cambridge, and it was so wonderful to see because it, you know, I know
Trying to upgrade my PC skin theme to a gamer one. It's pretty loopy to get set up, but are you talking about like virtually? Are you saying, or like physically your computer?
So many be received in such a way. We have a closing tradition. One of the, you know, I don't normally do this, but one of the really great CEOs in our country, a young guy, built a multi-billion-dollar company, really great guy, sat here yesterday, and I actually told him for the first time who he's writing the question for, and I couldn't believe his face. Oh my God, that's the one person I want to have dinner with. This is probably the most successful young person in our country, and so he knew who he was writing the question for. So the question that the previous guest
I just have a standard like.
Why do
I think it's a 6-foot oak desk, but it's a. I won it through a raffle at work, so it's a Rise one, you know. Click a button.
some programs you cannot predict, right? You cannot predict how they're going to end. You have to run them. Well, you know, I believe that truth will save the world. I believe that. So you speak truthfully, and you watch what happens, and you take your consequences. No, and maybe you hope and have some faith that in the final analysis, things will work out in your favor.
Oh,
perhaps they will.
Sorry,
perhaps they
bro.
won't, but
Thank you so much.
that's faith, eh?
When people come in and start like spamming links and shit.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I have that turned off so people don't come in and start spamming links everywhere.
No. Will truth, beauty, and love save the world? You can find out.
Thank you doesn't seem to quite cut it for the impact you've had even on me, and also for giving me your time. I know you understand the tremendous value.
If you want, my Discord's completely open though, dude.
I'm gonna say thank you.
Feel free to.
I'm also gonna make a commitment to do something which
look
I
at
think
it really
is more
quick.
important, which is just to be.
This dickhead's telling me to fork over my cash in the game.
I have in the years I have ahead of me. Maybe that's the greatest good that I can do to the world. So, because you've come here, that's a pledge and a commitment I want to make to you as my.
So watch this really quick. Why not? Skip. Oh. Yeah, I see. Oh, you're fucking with Windows files and containers and shit, okay. This is a lot of work, bro. Rain meter. Yeah, just start with rain. There's way easier ways to do this going through rain meter, bro. This is a lot of setup. Oh, I see. Yeah. Alestro, can you use that?
highest form of thanks that I can give in a karmic way. Hopefully that will make the world a better place for.
I ain't got the patience for it, bro. Plus, how much shit I have going on already? I'd be worried I'd jack something up.
Worst place. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For everything. Thank you. Much appreciated. A huge honor. Thank you so much.
Are you looking to make a sustainable switch in your life? As some of you will know, I'm on a bit of a sustainability journey at the moment, which means me and my team are always thinking about ways that we can make what we do here as a business, but also our individual lives more
Mic
sustainable
off.
and
Mic
more
feedback
environmentally
off.
conscious. And that's where a brand like My Energy comes in. They are the industry leader in the sustainable energy industry in our country. And one of my favorite products from My Energy is called the Zappy,
Mic
which I
on.
have in my hands here.
Feedback
It's
on.
simply
Thanks, dude.
an
I eat
EV
super quick,
charger which
so I'll
allows
mute
you
my
to
shit
charge
so you
your
don't hear
electric
me
vehicle
fucking
from
munching
solar
on
or
this.
wind power,
Mic
meaning
off.
that it's
Mic
super
feedback
user-friendly
off.
while saving you both time and money. If you want to check them out, and I suggest that you do, head to myenergy.com to find out more.
If I saw something was difficult, I wanted to master it. I was driven to do that, just to see how far I could go in these multiple directions. And that left me vulnerable to one thing. When there's no elephants under the rug and everyone's playing, if you ever have that, you should consider yourself.
I think you gotta have a dream.
The School of Greatness.
Really? Yeah.
Please welcome Lewis Howes.
Is there anything any skills you wish you would have developed in your 20s that you didn't develop sooner? Maybe you have them now.
Well,
maybe
I've really thought about that. I've really thought about that recently.
What would those few skills be that you wish you would have developed and you wish everyone would develop?
Well, when my health fell apart and I was in the hospital or multiple hospitals for long periods of time, I stopped doing everything I was doing. And everything I was doing was difficult. My clinical practice was difficult. The professorial job was difficult. The company I was running was difficult. The writing was difficult. The podcasting and interviewing was difficult. Yeah, the lecturing was difficult. It was all difficult, and I'm not complaining about the difficulty. I actually loved that. That was fine. I'm not complaining about it at all. But because it was difficult, I have to be in really good shape to do it. And so then I wasn't in really good shape. And so because I wasn't in really good shape and everything I had done was difficult, I didn't know what to do. And I couldn't get back on top of things because it was like trying to jump into a car going 200 miles an hour. It's like, well, what I started doing back in December really is when I started working again, although I had been writing to some degree over the last 2 years. I started doing podcasts like this, and they're not easy.
Yeah.
You have to be, again, I'm not complaining. I love doing them. They're really interesting, but you have to be engaging and you have to be sharp and you have to not say anything stupid and you can't be too emotional and you can't be angry or that has to be very controlled and you have to pay attention and focus and you have to line people up and it's technically difficult. You have to advertise it. You have to get the social media right. And you have to monitor the social media. You have to stay up on current events and you have to see who you're going to talk to. And it's complicated. And I have people helping me and they're helpful and great. But there was no, I'm going to go there's no beginner have a YouTube channel that a million people watch.
Feedback on.
Right?
Yummy.
So, and it's something you can really screw up publicly and catastrophically.
Yeah.
It was very daunting.
Yeah.
Very. What I should have done when I was in my 20s and 30s is that I should have cultivated some activities that were less demanding. Look, I went to a baseball game when I lived in Boston. It was the only baseball game I think I ever went to. No, I've probably gone to 2 or 3. But it was the first time I'd gone to a baseball game, a professional baseball game. I thought, Jesus, baseball, who would go watch that? So bloody slow. It's like nothing happens.
It is slow.
It's so slow. It's nothing happens. And I have like 50 other things I should be doing. And I went there, and then I realized I was looking at all these people, and I thought, they're not even paying any attention to the baseball game. They're like talking to their friends, and they're drinking beer, and they're eating popcorn. And then I thought, yeah, that's the point, fool. That's the point. They're going there for that. Like, you get to talk to your friends now and then. Someone hits a baseball, and you can look at that, and that's kind of interesting, and you can eat popcorn, and it's like they're relaxing. They're not, you know, climbing Mount Everest. They're just relaxing.
Right.
And, you know, one of the things I've learned, this is a good thing to talk about, it's really dangerous to be casually contemptuous.
What does that mean?
Well, I've seen many professors who are contemptuous of business people. Right, well, they don't have businesses, and they're angry that the business people can make all sorts of money, and so, and that's a whole skill set they don't have, and so maybe they'd have to feel inadequate about that if they thought about it. And then I've talked to lots of business people who, you know, regard professors as in the ivory tower and, you know, an easy job. It's like, yeah, well, you try lecturing and see how easy it is about a complex subject. And publishing. It's not easy. It's really hard, just like your job.
Thank you.
Casual contempt stops people from investigating things that might be good for them. You know, and well, when I realized that about the baseball game, I thought there's no contemptuousness here. Like, clue in. There's something here that these people aren't just stupid and going out to a baseball game because they're stupid. You know, it's very easy for us to call people who are doing something that we're not doing stupid. It's like, don't be so sure about that, you know. And it would have been better for me if I would have had a wider variety of skills that weren't so high intensity. I play ping pong with my son. That works out good. Probably could have had another sport or two. I could have had some leisure activities that I got good at. Music might have been good, that weren't so demanding. See, what I tried to do, if I saw something was difficult, I wanted to master it. I was driven to do that, just to see how far I could go in these multiple directions. And that left me vulnerable to one thing. It left me vulnerable to being in a situation where I wasn't healthy enough to manage it.
So you think if you would have had these other leisure hobbies, things that you did for fun and play, you wouldn't be in potentially in this situation?
Well, it would have been easier to get going again, that's for sure. It would have, I think, you know, like I'm trying to sort it out. But someone asked me the other day, you know, do you regret the pathway that you've taken? And that's a question that's worth considering. And the basic answer is, well, I don't know, I guess, in some sense, because if you become extremely ill, especially if it isn't clear why, you don't know what you might have done to contribute to it because you don't know what it is. And people say, well, you know, you went on this 160 city tour in a year. Maybe that was too much. It's like, it didn't seem like too much. I really enjoyed it, actually.
Right. You had fun.
It was great.
Dave told me all about how amazing it was, and every night a new city. And
it was great, but it was also very intense, and I did expose myself to a lot of misery. You know, meeting people, so many thousands of people. I opened myself up to a tremendous amount of misery and longing and pain, and that was very emotionally impactful. But I can't say with certainty that what the consequence of that was.
Right.
I mean, I'd worked as a clinical psychologist for decades, and I had to deal with people who were in trouble all the time. And that was actually an extraordinarily positive enterprise, because although I was dealing with very serious issues and people were in trouble, they were on a good path and getting better, and we were collaborating in that. So it was a lovely enterprise. I loved it. in deep conversations, meaningful conversations devoted to making things better. It was great. So
It's tough to know, I guess. Then, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
What I have observed, however, is so I've been opening up my day to work more and more. So now I work from 3:30 to 6, fairly intensely every day. And I started 1 day a week, and then it was 2, and then it was 3. And then I could see, was I better when I was working, or was I better when I wasn't working? And the answer was clear. I was better when I was working. And it wasn't just clear to me, it was clear to the people who were watching me.
Right.
And so it looks to me that that also indicates that it probably wasn't the work that hurt me. I think it's possible that just too many things happened at once. That's possible. It certainly distracted me. Right? And so maybe I wasn't paying attention to exactly the right thing. So, but I don't know. I don't know yet, and maybe never will.
So that's one skill you wish you would have developed in your kind of your 20s. What's maybe 2 other skills you wish you would have developed sooner?
That's pretty much that's as far as I've got with that line of thinking.
Yeah. What do you think of the skills that people should start to develop in their 20s in general to make them better human beings, more potentially open to success financially, relationship, health-wise? What are 2 or 3 things that everyone should focus on in their 20s?
Well, it certainly doesn't hurt to be in good physical condition. So we can walk through it. Stop drinking too much. How do you know if you're drinking too much? You regret what you do when you're drinking. It's interfering with other important goals. It's causing you financial distress. It's getting you in trouble with your friends or your family. It's getting you in trouble with the police. Okay? So stop abusing substances if you can, right? If you see that they're
Good Lord.
Hurting you. And alcohol is particularly pernicious in that regard. So
Why
physical
is
health.
everything so expensive?
Are you in decent shape? Are you strong and coordinated? And if you're not, well, you'd be better if you were. You'd feel better, you'd be more effective, you'd live longer, you'd be less sick. And you really see that mount up. Like if someone's been in shape once in their life, they age way better. And it's also a really good way of maintaining your cognitive ability. Like, you hear about those exercises that you can do online to make you smarter and keep your cognitive ability intact.
Yep.
Those don't work. There's no evidence that they work. People keep saying that they make you smarter or they maintain your cognitive function.
Well, your boy ain't gonna put that down on
Psychologists
a
have
game.
studied that for 50 years, hoping that one of those things will work. Trying all sorts of creative tacks, they don't work. Exercise works. Cardiovascular and weightlifting, you start to decline in your
No,
fluid
sir.
intelligence at about the age of 25.
Real or not,
And it's a
I don't
linear
have
trend downhill, and it can
the
accelerate
plane
as you
money
get older.
to
It's just
take
like
a
this,
risk.
quite ugly. If you exercise, you stave that off. So that's really useful. Maintain your relationships and foster them. So when I look at successful people,
I don't doubt that.
they're really good at something. They're reliable, right? You can count on their word. They're
I know there's
generous,
like annual
and they
conventions for
have a wide
crypto
connection
and
network, which becomes more and more valuable
all
as
kinds
you
of shit
get
like
older.
that.
So it's one advantage that older people really have over younger people. They have a connection network, and a connection network is
huge.
Well, you could be connected to 1,000 well-connected people. Okay, that means you are connected to the entire
I guess
world.
Charmeleon and
Right,
War
it's
Turtle Bubble level
unbelievably
36.
valuable. And that's one of the things that's so absolutely remarkable about the situation that I'm in right now, as far as the great benefits.
Bless you.
is I can contact pretty much anybody. And they'll talk to me.
Relax.
It's like, really? That's so cool. I'm interested in infrastructure for reasons I won't get into, but I'm interested in infrastructure development. I think it's a good method of wealth transfer. It's a good solution to the problem of inequality and employment. I reached out to a leading expert on infrastructure last week to see if he'd talk to me. I thought, I don't know anything about infrastructure except that
Oh,
it's
nice.
worn to a frazzle and we should do something about
lucky.
it. You know, he agreed to talk. Having a connection network is of inestimable value.
It's huge.
Reliability, generosity, you can work on both of those. Philosophical sophistication, it's very useful because it orients you properly. You have a sophisticated sense of the world. You find, for example, that doing things for other people is actually more rewarding than virtually anything else you can do. You know, when you hear you should be of service to other people. Well, if you actually watch yourself, you pay attention to yourself, and you do something that helps someone else, and it genuinely helps them, I defy you to find another experience that is that satisfying. It's actually quite stunning how satisfying that is. And so that's a very useful thing to realize. And
why is helping another person the most
Damn.
satisfying thing for probably most people when if they're, you know, out of their ego of like, I want to buy more things to make me happy in this moment. Why is that such a satisfying thing for human beings?
There's no better life strategy. I mean, imagine, I could give you a quick sort of technical example. So imagine I take two people and I say, okay, I'm going to give you $100 and you have to give some of it to the person right beside you. And they can either agree or disagree with the split, but if they disagree, you don't get anything. Okay, so a classical economist would say that the person should take the 100, offer the person next to them $1, and the person should accept it because why not? They get $1 instead of nothing. And that's the solution. But what happens is that if you don't offer that other person something close to 50-50, they're likely to tell you to go to hell. Yes, very.
And then
you think,
you get
well,
nothing.
You get nothing too. You think, well, why would people do that? Because they just reject $50 and who cares? And the answer is, well, we don't just play one game with other people. We play a repeating game. And so imagine we did this. So imagine it's a crowd and they're all watching you. And I offer you $100 and you have to share it with the person next to you. And you say, would you like to take $70? And the person says, well, I'm not sure that's fair to you, but if it's okay, yes. But then everyone else sees that. And now they all have an opportunity to pick who they're going to play with next. Well, you're not going to get picked last, are you? Remember what you told me? You didn't want to get picked last, right?
I did not.
Okay, so what you did was you turned yourself into an athlete.
A machine.
Okay.
That was always get first.
Okay, great. So, but imagine we expand that game. And we say, you want to be the person that everyone wants to play with.
Yep.
Well, then all you have in your whole life is invitations to play. Well, how are you going to be that person? Be productive, straightforward, generous.
Make everyone else better around you, and they're going to want to play with you.
So there you go, and then you get to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, how is that not the best possible deal? It's clearly. See, so if the ethical argument is put properly, it is by far the most compelling argument. It's like if you want to have everything you could possibly want and more, then be a good person. The better a person you are, the more likely that is to happen. That doesn't mean that you're completely protected against getting cut off at the knees. But there's no better strategy.
That's it.
And you can even think about it selfishly, and I talk about this to some degree in Beyond Order. Let's say that you want to be selfish. You think that's the best possible strategy. Why should I care about others? Okay, let's say you should only act in your own best interest. Well, then it's like, well, what's your best interest? Well, what does interest mean and what does you mean? What's in your best interest? Your best interest. 3 mysteries. What's best, what's interest. Okay. Well, there's you. But you aren't just you right now. You're you, and you tomorrow, and you next week, and you next month, and you in 5 years, and you in 10 years, and you when you're a pensioner. You're a community of selves stretched across time. And so if you were enlightened and selfish, you would act in a manner that would benefit that entire community across time. And I don't think that's any different than acting on the best possible part for
I'm
other
not about
people.
all that.
I think they're the same problem. So I think as soon as human beings discovered the future, we were no longer singular individuals. We were instantly each a community. And then the community ethic prevails. And the community ethic is, I want to win in a way that makes you win. That's the best possible victory.
If I win and no one else wins, then what's the point?
Well, you think it's a zero-sum game. It's either you or me. Or maybe I want the comparative status. But I would say even if you want the comparative status, let's say you're motivated by that. What would confer upon you, even hypothetically, more status than to be the most popular person while being chosen for games?
Appreciate you hanging out with me, dude.
I mean, you think about just think for a second about, because it struck me, that biographical piece. Alfred Adler, who was the psychologist that I talked to you about earlier, he said,
Hey, be good, man. Take care of the family. Make good investments.
Like a stark memory that sets the course of your life.
That's true. A few moments, an instance. Yeah.
And you have exactly that. So Adlerian psychology would be of great interest to you, I suspect. But partly, you see, what happened was you had a true revelation. You thought, if I'm being picked last, something is wrong. And that's absolutely right. It's unbelievably right. And you played it out first in the athletic domain, but you have to start somewhere.
Right.
So that's a good place to start. Jocko was telling me when we talked this week, he's this tough character, man. You know, and he could have, and I'm not telling tales out of school here, he could have been a criminal, no problem. And he knows that perfectly well. And I'm not saying that as a slur on his character, partly because I believe the Nietzschean dictum that a lot of morality is just cowardice. Whatever he might be, he's not a coward. And so, and just because you obey the laws doesn't mean you're moral. It just might mean you're afraid. In any case, so the question is, well, what socialized this brute? Well, he was taught in the Navy SEALs. Take care of your team. That's your fundamental purpose. And he noted, and we had a long discussion about this. The successful guys, man, they've got your back. Right? You know that above all. Yeah, and if you aspire to a leadership position among those brutes, let's say, and you aren't someone they know to have your back, they're not following.
You're not going to make it. Yeah.
You're not going to make it. And so this is why the discussions of power that are so prevalent in modern culture bother me so much. It's like, you think male hierarchies are predicated on power? You really think that? They are when they've gone rotten. But when they're not rotten, that's not what they're predicated on at all. The capacity to exercise power, that's really important. You need that. It has to be part of you for you to be admirable. It's like you could be a badass son of a bitch. Yes, I see that. And that way I'm somewhat intimidated by you. And that's actually a testament to your moral virtue, that you have enough force and power to be intimidating. But then if you can encapsulate that and take that potential for power and harness it to this broader good, well, that's unstoppable. And a real functional hierarchy.
Damn.
That's what it is.
I know how important your wife is to you, and it's actually the first thing you write about is the importance of the 30 years you've been in love with your wife. I'm curious, what is the thing you love most about your wife? That's my first question.
I think it's very difficult to say exactly why you're attracted to someone. There's lots of factors, and many of them aren't known to you, really. She's provocative, she's witty and sharp, and so there's always an element of game playing. Like, it's not dishonest game playing, but there's a teasy, flirtatious provocativeness that characterizes her quite deeply. She's no pushover by any stretch of the imagination, and I find that constantly interesting and intriguing. It's can be somewhat hard on me when I'm not feeling well, but when I'm up and functioning properly, then that works out extremely well. And so,
what would you say would be the keys to your success of 50 years of loving each other and being in what seems to be a healthy, functional relationship, when in society today there doesn't seem like many of those?
well, we really do our best not to lie to each other about anything. And we also have fights when they're necessary. We don't hide things in the fog. That's the title of chapter 3 of my new book, Don't Hide Things in the Fog. And we work through our issues. If we have a dispute, we do our level best to get to the bottom of it, to find out what in the world's causing it, whose needs to change and why and how and when, and then how we can progress forward into the future without having that issue dog us or drag behind us or interfere with us at all. And that means a fair bit of confrontation, I would say, but less so over the years as we've settled more and more things. But everything's out in the open. Everything that we can get is out in the open. You can't have a relationship without trust. And you trust your partner courageously if you're not naive, knowing that you can be hurt and that you can be deceived and that you can also do both of those things. So you offer your partner your trust as an invitation to them to be honest and forthcoming. And
faster.
And then issues come up and you delve into them and straighten them out. And we also attend to the relationship. I'm not going to refer back to this new book continually, but it's relevant in this context. It's chapter 10, plan and work diligently to maintain the romance in your relationship. And we do that as well. And it is effortful. I mean, we try to have, throughout our relationship, we've tried to have romantic dates 1 to 3 times a week. And they require preparation and cooperation and the will to do it and the will to put yourself on the line and the desire to make that a priority even when other things are more pressing. We both want it to work. That's another thing. We're committed to it and not interested in finding another relationship. And so far, we've been fortunate, and that's worked. We have fun together. We love our kids. We have had joint projects of all sorts together, renovating houses, traveling, raising our children, now our grandchildren. But all of that is, the most important thing, as far as I'm concerned, is not to lie to your partner.
You mentioned you don't have a relationship if you don't have trust, or if there's not trust in the relationship. How does someone, if someone is not trusting the other partner, how do you cultivate trust? If you're 100% honest with that person, if you are transparent about every action you make in your life, if you're, they have access to whatever they want to see, and you're constantly creating trust, but for whatever reason, they still might be jealous or insecure or not believe in you. How does someone get someone to trust them? Or is it not about them at that stage, and it's about the other person and their insecurities?
Well, it depends very much on the particulars of the situation. So I don't know if there's a generic answer to that. I think that you can establish the ground rules explicitly, you know, and have a discussion about it. Are we going to lie to each other or not? Are we going to tell each other the truth to the degree that we can, to make that an actual goal, and to talk through the consequences of doing that and not doing it? And then I would also say, whenever a hiccup occurs in the relationship, maybe you don't call it out at each hiccup, you know, because you have to have a certain amount of silent tolerance in any relationship to let small infractions go. But if they repeat, my rule is 3 times. And it's the rule that I share with my wife. If something happens 3 times that is causing emotional upset, anger, jealousy, disappointment, resentment, frustration, any of those things, anything that you don't want to experience and that you especially don't want to experience repeatedly, then you can call it out. And if you have 3 examples, your case is much better made than if you just have 1. And I would also say that when you call it out, you know, you could say, look, we were at a party the other night and it looked to me, I felt as if you were paying too much intense attention to Dave. There was flirting going on there. That's what it looked like to me. There was some flirting going on there. And, you know, that made me uncomfortable. Well, you don't say, well, you were flirting, stop doing it. You say, well, this is how it looked. This is what it looked like to me, and here was my response. And then you want to think, and maybe I'm a damn fool and blind and jealous and stupid, and I'm misinterpreting, or maybe it was a harmless flirtation of the sort that people will engage in because it adds a little bit of spice to a social interaction. You want to find out. Like it's really convenient if it's the other person's fault, except then you're laden with living with that person, so it really doesn't help you anyways. But it's convenient because then they have to change. But you've got to think about this over the long run. You're going to be interacting with this person on a minute-by-minute basis for decades. If you're the idiot and that's causing trouble, then you should find out. So you want to say, well, look, this is what I saw. What's your explanation of what's going on? And then they'll offer you their viewpoint, and hopefully they'll do the same thing. They'll think, well, this is my intent, and maybe they have to go think about it, but this is my intent and this is what I saw, and I think you're being oversensitive in that situation. And you peel back the explanations layer by layer until you both agree on what happened, and more importantly, on what you're going to do about it in the future. And that's really hard, and especially if there is something going on that's not straight, because that will require quite a bit of digging. It'll probably result in anger and tears and a fight, and that's very unpleasant. It's easier in the short term to avoid that, but hopefully the consequence of that is you don't have to have that fight again.
Right.
You have to come to a negotiated agreement about that situation, and you have to pay attention to your own uncomfortable negative emotions in order to manage that, and not pretend that everything's all right, or that you're nicer than you are, or that you're less jealous than you are, or less blind. Or see, one of the things I learned from Carl Jung, the psychoanalyst, about marriage was that there is a reason marriage was a vow. Like, the vow is that you stick together. Okay, so now imagine that's a vow, okay? You do not get to leave, period. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, on the upside, it means that you don't have to be alone. It means that your family will have continuity over decades. It means that the narrative of your life won't be fragmented and broken by divorce or sequential divorce. It means that your children can grow up and maybe have their children within a continuing family. It means that your children will be able to maintain relationships with the grandparents on both sides and the cousins. Like, it's a big deal to maintain that. There's huge advantages in it. It means that you'll have someone there when you're not well, and so will your partner. And it'll mean that you have someone to share all of the positive things of life with. So there's huge advantages to it. Okay, so why does it have to be a vow? Well, I don't think you can tell the truth to someone who can run away. Because if you tell the truth to someone and they can run away, then they'll run away. Right? Because you're a mess, man. And not just because of your own inadequacies, but because human beings are so complicated and have such dark corners and have had, you know, unresolved problems in their life, sometimes that stem back generations and are twisted and bent in all sorts of ways. And you can't, it's very, very difficult to reveal that except to someone who can't run away. Now that, you know, I'm not saying that people should never separate. I am saying, though, that it's better not to, if you can manage it. But then the other thing, too, is if you can't run away, then you're motivated in a different way. It's like, I'm stuck with this woman, and she's stuck with me. And unless we want to have this same goddamn fight over and over and over for the next who knows how long, why don't we straighten it out? And then we can put it behind us. See, the vow gives you a kind of desperation that is another motivation to actually solve the problems. And if you've got a way out, you can always stay hidden. You can guard yourself. You can protect yourself, and even protect that part of yourself that thinks that it can leave if things get too bad. Now, the problem with that, in my estimation, is that you're going to drag your stupidity into the next relationship.
Right, always do, right?
Well, generally speaking, right? And so now you can get under unfortunate circumstances, you can get tangled up with someone who's not playing a straight game with you and won't, and it's just impossible. But I'm not talking about the limit cases, you know. I'm talking about the average case, the average amount of unhappiness and trouble. It's still plenty. And then sorry, just one more thing I'd add to that. You also have to, in some sense, shake the illusion that the other person is somehow not you. You're so tied up with them that there's no difference between you and them in some sense, is that what's good for her is going to be good for you and vice versa. One of the things we try to do too, the two of us, is we try to say yes to each other. Now, there's rules that go along with that, which is, well, I'm going to say yes to you, but that sort of means that you shouldn't ask me you shouldn't make unreasonable demands. I'll say yes as much as I possibly can, and then you'll do that in return, and then we get yes out of the deal instead of no. That's also a huge plus. So that's. Is there anything else about? You have to want the best for the other person and you and for the relationship, and within that confine, you want to tell each other the truth.
Yeah, the truth is huge. And I heard you mention jealousy and insecurity at some point in that message. Is there room for jealousy and insecurity in a relationship? Is there a healthy amount of jealousy that people should have in a relationship? Or does jealousy and insecurity only cause more suffering and pain in a relationship?
Well, I think there's a reasonable amount of proprietary interest, let's say. I mean, in a classic monogamous relationship, a marriage, there's sexual fidelity as a crucial element of that. And maybe you'll make an arrangement that differs from that, but it's not easy to chart uncharted territory like that. I mean, if you want to have an adventure like that with a partner, a monogamous adventure that also includes sexual exploration, well, maybe you can pull it off, but I doubt it. It's really complicated.
Yeah. Let's say you're not having sexual exploration with other people, and you're telling each other the truth and you're being honest. Is there room to be jealous or insecure in that relationship, or does jealousy typically cause more harm than it does, spice and good, I guess.
I think jealousy probably causes more trouble than good, but that doesn't mean that there's something wrong with the proprietary interest. Should you care if your partner pays undue attention to someone of the opposite sex they find attractive? Well, probably you should care. You might even say something about it. They might even be happy about that, right? Because it indicates that you noticed and that it matters to you. Now, I think it shades into jealousy when it's harmless interactions. It's interactions that would be regarded as harmless by a third-party observer, let's say. I know that's a very difficult line to draw, that are being magnified as a consequence of insecurity on the part of the observer. Or there's envy, where your partner is attracting attention, status, success, any of those things, and you're jealous of that. That's not helpful. You should be pleased. The optimal situation is for you to be pleased when your partner is successful. I don't think competitive couples, I don't think competition between people who are in a monogamous relationship is useful, particularly. It's not zero-sum competition. I mean, you can compete in a game-like sense.
Right, fun, fun, playful competition, but not.
Yeah, but not existential competition. You're on the same team. That's the point.
Right.
You know, and if one of you is feeling left behind for one reason or another, it's time to throw that out on the table and say, look, I'm playing second fiddle here far too often. What can we do about that? Well, it looks like you need it, and like I've got an adventure. It looks like you need one too. Well, how can we rearrange the situation so I have my adventure? And then it's up to that person too to figure out what obstacles they might be putting up in their own pathway, right? That's stopping them. And then they have, you know, they're angry at you for getting in the way, but it's actually a consequence of them using you as a convenient excuse for not doing something difficult. Those things all have to be sorted through. It's very hard.
Yeah.
Like, these conversations are extremely difficult. It's no wonder people avoid them. I also think people are not taught to negotiate.
Oh man.
At all. And that's a real shame. First of all, you figure out what you want. This is what I want. Then you tell the person. Then you strategize with them so that you can get what you want and they can get what they want, and you both know what that is, and away you go together. And that usually comes out. It's usually obscured and hidden, and comes out awkwardly and difficulty, and with difficulty if it comes out at all. And people fool themselves into thinking that it's okay what they're doing. I'm sacrificing myself for the children, and that's okay. I'm sacrificing myself for my husband's career, and that's okay. I'm working at a job I can't stand because I need to support my wife and children, and that's okay. I mean, sometimes that is okay, but it has to be out, clear, in the open, talked about, negotiated, discussed. You know, I think you can be a slave or a tyrant, or you can negotiate. Those are your options. And we default to slavery and tyranny because that doesn't require any cognitive effort. And then we pretend that everything's all right. And then it blows up in our faces and we end up divorced.
Right. So we got to learn how to negotiate. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and then you have to notice that there are things that you want, right? And you have to tell yourself what those are. And then you have to let the other person know. And then they can deprive you of them because they actually know who you are, and so that's a big risk. But if you do lay it out and negotiate it, then you have two people working in the same direction, and they each bring their different viewpoints to bear on the problem, and sometimes that'll save you, you know, that additional cognitive complexity you have because there's two of you instead of one. It can make you much more effective.
What happens when we feel like our partner is depriving us of what we want? If it's not, you know, infidelity or something of the likes of being with other people, but something else that we want in our life, a goal,
well, sexually, that happens all the time.
Right.
Because people, generally speaking, men would like to have sex more frequently than women. So that's a sticking point in many relationships. But forget that for the moment. We might just as well say that the probability that one partner and the other partner are going to have exactly the same level of sexual interest, say with regards to frequency, is quite low. So there's going to be friction there. So what do? Well, you negotiate about it. It's like, well, I'd like to have sex 15 times a week. Well, I'd like to have sex once a week.
Right.
Okay, well, you know, the logical meeting point there would be in the middle. But then that has to be planned out. And you also have to say exactly what you mean. Well, exactly what do you mean by sex? Because there's all sorts of variations of sex, ranging from just intimate closeness to full-fledged sexual activity of various sorts. And the various sorts matter too. These are painful discussions often. It's very funny in some sense that people will do and desire things that they won't talk about. Right? They'll engage in the act, but they won't engage in the negotiation. And they won't admit what they want.
Why is it so hard for us to admit what we want?
We're ashamed of it? That's easy with sex. Sex and shame regulates sex. You know, people say, well, you shouldn't be ashamed of sex. It's like, well, really? Really? No, that's a stupid theory. We arrest people who expose themselves in public. Why? Well, because we don't want people masturbating in public. We assume they should be ashamed enough not to do that. Shame regulates sexual behavior. So we're embarrassed about our desires. And, you know, naively you'd think, well, you can just shed that. Well, first of all, no, you can't. And second of all, it isn't obvious at all that you should. What you might be able to do is to determine how to play out your sexual life in the confines of your relationship in a manner that neither of you do find shameful. But that's just think how hard that is. Like, you know, you think, well, that's what I want. It's like, but then you think about how unlikely that is and how difficult it would be to attain it. You know, you could say that if that ever happens to you in your life once, you're lucky. You know, that it's perfect. Now, I think that's pessimistic because I believe that solutions to that problem can be negotiated. But it's not. It's what everyone wants. But it's an extraordinarily difficult thing to bring about. You know, so let's say you want the ideal romantic evening. Well, okay, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to put yourself in reasonable physical shape? So you're attractive? Are you going to make a playlist and put some time into it? Are you going to buy some candles? Are you going to buy something nice to wear? Are you going to wear it? Are you going to dare to wear it? That might be true for you and for your partner. Are they going to dare to wear it? Are you going to be smart enough, if they do wear it, to respond in a way that makes them feel confident and increases the probability that they'll do it again? Are you going to do whatever is necessary to make yourself physically attractive in that moment? Are you going to have the kids put away? Have you got the day-to-day aggravations with each other that are dragging you down and making you resentful under control? Those ideas.
Right.
And it's so interesting to me to watch this. You know, there's just outrage, constant outrage about sexual misbehavior, and fair enough. Like that doesn't surprise me.
When you mean sexual misbehavior, you mean someone cheating or someone having an affair, or what sexual misbehavior?
Yes, or unwanted sexual attention or sexual harassment. And I'm not saying these things don't happen or that they're not nefarious and awful. Obviously they are. It's no wonder that happens. But at the same time, we also are obsessed with the notion that any sexual interest of any sort whatsoever, with the possible exception of sexual interest in children, is absolutely laudable. Well, sorry, you can't have both of those things.
Right.
So, and because we want both of them, insist upon both of them, then we can't even have a discussion. We can't have a discussion about pornography. It doesn't look to me like pornography is really a very good idea. I don't think it's helping anyone. Now, you know, there might be codicils to that, freedom of expression, some potential educational utility, the pleasure that's a consequence of sexual utilization of pornographic material. But I would still say, seeing all that, that it's not a net social good. It doesn't do the people who produce it or who consume it any good. And I don't believe that anyone feels like a better human being after utilizing pornography for sexual gratification. In a utopian world, we wouldn't have that shame and no. It's way more complicated than that. And I read something in one of the YouTube comments in my video the other day. I was talking to Abigail Schreier about the apparent fact that today's teenagers are having much less sex. One person commented that there's the shame that men feel when sex is a spectator sport rather than a participatory act. And then you think, well, you know, the mere fact that you're watching two other people, one of whom that, you know, mostly if things go well for me, I'm generally grateful that I escaped from the axe, you know, rather than being proud of it. We did a good job of working through our
Excuse me.
attitude towards how we were going to treat our children. So we were on the same page all the time, pretty much all the time. And so the kids we didn't let the kids appeal to one of us or the other. We really participated in their upbringing. And we talked all that through, and that's good. We have good relationships with our kids, both of us, and that was really necessary too, because my daughter got unbelievably sick for massive amounts of time. And my son, we had to ignore him a lot because he just wasn't dying. So it was like, kid, sorry, like we got a problem here, and he was great, man. He just rode through that like a master. But if we hadn't sorted out our child rearing philosophy, let's say, it would have sunk us for sure. Well, because it was so close to the edge that, you know, few marriages survive the death of a child, and no wonder, you know. But the serious illness of a child is also an unbelievable stressor, and you know, we sailed through that as well as could be hoped. You kind of know that because you look back and you think, well, do we regret, right? And of course, there's the odd regret. You know, one thing, when you have a sick child, you have this terrible conundrum all the time of, well, how hard do you push them? When do you allow the illness to be a reason that they aren't doing something? When do you allow them to use the illness as a reason that they're not doing something? Well, it's really, really hard to get that right. And sometimes we pushed harder than we should have and misunderstood too. But at least we did that together. And my wife, you know, I've seen many, many women protect their children from the father. They don't trust him. And so every time he interacts with the child, they'll do something disapproving. A look, they'll They'll put them down. Now, it's not like men don't do that to their wives. There's all sorts of tricks that men have for their wives. Men are very good at turning their wives into drudges, for example, for a variety of reasons, which we can go into. But if you don't trust men, you won't let them have a hand in the children, the discipline of the children. You know, and when you think of discipline, you think of punishment and threat and dad saying no. That isn't discipline. Discipline is discipline. If you discipline someone properly, they become disciplined, right? That means they're competent.
They're organized, they have structure, they have,
They can control themselves. So I'll give you an example. When my son is quite a disagreeable person by nature. So he's very masculine. He's very high in emotional stability. So he doesn't have much negative emotion. And he's relatively low in agreeableness. And that's typical masculine pattern. The two big personality differences between men and women are agreeable to do, and he would go and sit on the steps, but he'd be like mad as hell on the way there, arms pumping up and down, and just he'd go sit on the steps like this, just overcome with anger. And the rule was, as soon as you get yourself under control and you can act like a civilized human being and you want to have a good day, then you come and tell me, and that's it, you're done. But it had to be real. And look, my criteria for accepting his statement was whether or not I liked him when he said it. You know, if he was still if he was still misbehaving and bending the rules, he wouldn't be genuine when he talked to me. But if he came and said, "Okay, Dad, like I've had enough. I've got myself under control. I'd rather have a good day." And as soon as he said that I liked him, it was like, "Hey, man, you're back in the party."
Do what you want to do, yeah.
Well, I didn't want him to sit on the steps anymore. I liked having him around, so.
Sure.
So, but we were on board with that. And so the discipline, so the thing is, see, what was the discipline aspect, which is what I was talking about, is he learned how to integrate it into his personality. And I could see him doing that sitting on the steps. It was just this aggression circuit, which is unbelievably powerful, was just dominating him. And he'd just force it, get it under control, calm down, bring yourself back into the social world. And it was a victory for his developing ego, you see, because he wasn't defeated by his own impulses. And that's discipline, you see. Then you're not defeated by your own impulses. And so discipline has the wrong connotation. I was encouraging him, you can master this, man. And it worked, and it was so useful to us later, because when Michaela got so sick, he was together. We could rely on him. So it was necessary. And it hasn't stopped being necessary. And he's a very reliable person who does what he wants. It's a great combination.
Yeah, that's beautiful. When do you feel the most loved, Jordan? When what's happening around you, or when you're creating something, or when you're with people? When do you feel personally the most loved?
It's when I'm with my family, when I'm with my kids, when I'm with my family. Friends too, and that's even been more the case over the last couple of years, because my family and friends have been so unbelievably loyal and helpful to me and my family as we've had our troubles, terrible troubles over the last couple of years. They've been so unbelievably reliable and helpful, amazing. Certainly people have gone out of my way for me in a way that I don't believe I would have done for them.
Really?
Well, look, I saw my father-in-law when and I write about this in Beyond Order. Oh, no, I read about it in 12 Rules more, I think, but it doesn't matter. He's a really extroverted guy, disagreeable guy too, masculine guy, extroverted, assertive. Everybody in the little town I grew up in knew who he was. He was a performer, you know, the life of the party, and a good businessman, but a real character. And he did his own thing. But then his wife got prefrontal dementia when she was quite young, 55. And man, he took care of her for 15 years.
Wow.
It was unbelievable. Wow. And it was so interesting too, because if we offered to help him, he would accept it right away. And anything that we could do that would, like I suggested one time, for example, that he buy a digital readout sign so that if he went out, he could type in where he was going on the sign and it would just repeat over and over.
Oh, that's cool.
And some recordings in the bathroom to help his wife remember what to do. And he would just implement those, accept and implement them right away. But this guy who lived his own life, who was a very extroverted social person, not someone who you would have regarded as soft and caring. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just that wasn't him. It wasn't Mother Teresa, you know. He cared for her in a way that was absolutely astonishing. And I saw that also in my friends and my family, in the care that they've offered to Tammy and I over the last 2 years. Mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. But I would say the place I like to be the most is in a family situation when there's no elephants under the rug and everyone's playing. If you ever have that, you should consider yourself fortunate beyond belief, because it's unlikely and you can lose it at any moment. I was in the hospital more or less for a year, and then another year with Tammy, and I thought I'd lost all of that. Never get it back. It was very dreadful. And so now when it happens, I mean, I've always been grateful for it when it happens. Strive for that. You know, the animal experimentalists have demonstrated that the ones who study play, this is Jaak Panksepp in particular, but there's a variety of them who study play, brilliant scientists. Play is a circuit. It's a mammalian circuit. It's a specialized circuit. And it's very important developmentally for that circuit to be given free rein to play. It's how children play out roles in the world that they're eventually going to adopt. They play mother, they play father, they play all these different roles, and that's how they learn to be those things. The role of the father is to put up security so that play can occur. So the security's there, that's the walls. They fortify the walls, man the walls, guard the walls. But within the walls, then that's where play can take place. And play is very easily disrupted. Hunger, thirst, any emotional state, any motivational state can supersede it, even though it's very, very important. So you have to have the walled garden in place before play can occur.
Remove the fears, yeah.
To make it safe so that experimentation can take place within. That's paradise, right? It's a walled garden. That's what paradise means, is a walled garden where structure and nature, the walls in the garden, are harmoniously interacting and where eternal play can occur. That's paradise. And so you get a glimpse of that when everyone's together, often at the table.
Not fighting.
And also not fighting.
Right.
Right? You know
Playing
what
yeah,
that's
yeah.
like. You know what
Fighting, but
that's
not like.
It's when everyone's at each other's throats, but no one's saying anything. Well, we're not going to talk about. We're not going to bring that up. We're not going to discuss that.
Because that's not
Everyone's-
paradise either. Yeah.
No, that's pretense. And see that negotiation is the eradication of the need for that pretense. It's like, you got a problem with me, let's sort it out. Because we're going to carry it with us. You want to do that? So people wonder why I engage in conflict. I hate conflict. And I find it very stressful. But conflict delayed is conflict multiplied.
Ooh, that's so true. It's worse to have lingering conflict for months, years, decades than the pain of direct conflict that can hopefully resolve and move on.
Yes, absolutely. Well, and as the conflict is delayed, it's the reasons multiply. And the persons who are involved, because they're avoiding, demean themselves and get weaker and less confident. And so it's a vicious circle. It's better to notice. There's a line in the New Testament, Christ talks about prayer. And so you imagine that as communion with God. So you could imagine that as an attempt to confer with the ideal, or maybe to even occupy that space for a while. Well, Christ says, if you have a problem with your brother, fix that first. Go pray later. Yeah, well, that's it. That's wise. And that's a good thing, you know, if you're angry with the people who are close to you, if you're resentful. I read a lot about that in chapter 11. Resentment is so useful. It's so useful. It's so horrible. It's so toxic. It's so destructive, but it's so informative. Right. If you're resentful, you're either being oppressed and not standing up for yourself, or you're whiny and should grow up. And both of those things are really useful to realize. And all you have to do is notice that you're resentful and want to do something about it. Okay, I'm resentful. Okay, am I immature? You know, are people picking on me, or I am immature? If people are picking on me, do I have something to say or something to do? I should do it. It's a gateway to improvement, resentment. Or you can let it, you can foster it and let it devour you and take you places that no one with a clear mind would ever want to go. Hell. That's resentment. Man, that's the pathway to hell. And if you don't believe in hell, you don't have any imagination. That's my sense of things.
And you mentioned paradise being a safe space where we can play and have fun and feel protected. But a lot of times, at least in the last year, I'm seeing more and more in the world that the anxiety, stress, depression, challenges of the mind or the heart and the body have seemed to come to the surface for a lot of people even more. And it sounds to me, and it looks to me like when I'm connecting with people, that a lot of things from the past memories, past pains, hurts, traumas, are being brought to the forefront for a lot of people with the chaos of the now. How do we start to heal the memories of the past, the traumas of the past, so that they don't keep hurting us in the present?
Well, the first thing I would say is, you know, sometimes there's a crisis and well-meaning mental health professionals rush in to discuss the trauma while it's still happening. That's a really bad idea. People are generally traumatized because something actually horrible happened. And dwelling on it in the moment just makes it worse. It's not like anybody has a solution. Here's how you should understand this. You know, someone's just shot up your kid's school. Here's how you should understand this. That'll make it all better. It's like, no, it won't. If you have old baggage, that often comes up if you're having an argument with someone, doesn't it? You know how it is. This is partly why people don't like to have a dispute within a relationship, because it's a thread and you pull on that thread and just God. Oh, that we had another rule. Do not agree with something you don't agree with.
Ooh.
Like if we decide, you and me, that we're doing this, we don't go back and say, well, I didn't really mean it. We don't get to play revisionist with our history. So if you don't agree, fight, object, or hold your peace. Because you see what happens with couples is there's a little fight, and then one says to the other, yeah, but you did this. And then that person says, yeah, I know I did that, but then that was because you did this, and each this gets bigger until what's on the table is, why the hell should we stay together at all?
Right.
And so every fight becomes, why the hell should we stay together at all? So that's another thing you want to do, is you want to have the fight about this thing.
Not about everything.
About the past, not everything. It's like, okay, you were flirting. I think you were flirting more than you should have been. Okay, so I go away and I think, well, okay, maybe I was. Okay, well, then we have to have a discussion about why. And maybe we can solve that. But mostly what we have to do is figure out how to not have that happen again. Okay, so we're going to go see the same couple again. What is it that you want me to do? So I'm the flirtatious one, let's say. What do you want me to do? Well, you have to figure that out. It's like, no, I'm stupid. Like you. We're equally stupid. I need to know what would satisfy you. And you need to figure out what would satisfy you, so I know. And that's also extremely useful, is establish your conditions of satisfaction.
Did you just randomly say twerking?
You talking about me?
Said it's working.
Oh.
Nice.
Babbitt came in. She was like, twerking.
Baby woke up screaming. We're all sick in the Crosslow household again.
Again?
And ridiculous.
What the hell?
Yep.
Or revoke your child, what is it called? Daycare rights.
Might I get my bow back, please? Or at least a better bow?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said, might I get my or a bow back?
So whoever's recurve bow I had, I put in the cabinet last time. If that's what you're talking about.
Yes. There's also 200 arrows. Can I take a stack?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And I think I already repaired the recurve bow.
You're wonderful. Thank you.
Aw, you're welcome.
Oh. Meanwhile, I'm just over here thinking about how delicious eggs are.
Eggs?
Eggs, yeah.
Weird. Why are you thinking about eggs?
I always think about eggs. They're delicious.
Huh.
I apparently need to give you more fresh eggs.
No, you know how I feel about those fresh eggs? They creep me out. I don't know why. Maybe I'm worried that like I'm gonna crack one open and there's gonna be a baby inside or something.
Yeah, we don't have a roosters, so ours don't get fertilized.
Well, you know what? That's just not a chance I'm willing to take.
And it's like that because I'm also weird about them.
Well, just think if one day you cracked one open and there was in there, then how much freaking the fuck out will there be taking place?
He's so mad at the neighbors. Frickin' rooster.
So I checked the gold deposit thing where we were running it, and it's like no longer there. But I feel like we're getting more from the other gold deposit than we did on this one.
And not hitting this guy. I don't think this antelope actually exists. Hey T, come here. Do you see an antelope right there?
Yeah, I already killed it.
Oh.
Nice.
He looks like he's standing. So it's like there was nothing there?
No, like it was dried up basically, but I felt like we got more out of the other one than we did this one.
Yeah. E.T., we're pretty much done with the mission. We have a shitload of supplies outside of food. So if you wanted to craft anything, have at it.
I'm okay with a bow and arrow. I come just for emotional support.
How do we make composites?
We're gonna need electricity, so we'll need a biofuel generator and some wire, and then there's a machine in tier 4 that you can use to make composites.
How do you feel about all that?
I wouldn't mind. We got enough materials.
Ooh, a chemistry bench.
Oh no.
What?
I think I'm pooping sticks. Oh no. Oh no.
Hear it though.
I think they're underneath the house. Oh shit.
Pick 'em up. I can pick 'em up. You can pick 'em up through the house.
I ran out of inventory room.
Pooping sticks.
Wow, there's a lot.
I mean, that's a sentence I don't know if I'd ever think I'd hear in my life. Oh no, I think I'm pooping sticks. Next time I take a poop in public, I'm gonna say that. Oh no, I think I'm pooping sticks.
I think you got all of them.
I think I might have. Here. Dumping him there.
I think we might need a second mortar and pestle. Or a third. Because we got a lot of sulfur. So you can start working towards the...
Yep.
Sweet.
Do we have any glass?
Do we have any glass? Yeah, we do. It's all in the glass making bench.
Yep, we definitely got glass. I take some of this tree sap.
Duh. I'm gonna make a bunch of epoxy in this far right mortar. Fire shelter.
Uh-oh, the window. Move it
Bitch.
on the other side of the bench.
Damn it.
Just put it over here on this corner.
Yeah, problem is that the stuff has disappeared. The fuck? I am not on my game right now.
No, you are not.
Why would it glitch out like that?
I don't know, it's really odd.
Where did my stuff go?
You might check under the house this time.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do with the sticks, but it wasn't very successful.
Hope for better.
Oh, I'm hoping. What the hell? It's kind of like the pickaxe that you dropped.
I was so angry. Or I was so angry.
Dude, I'm not seeing it. Well, it wasn't all of it. It was just I had put a bunch of tree sap in there. Either way, it's very annoying. I'm gonna lift the floor. Man, it's just like freaking on. I do not understand.
You don't think it would have fallen down the cliff, do you?
I went down there first. It's not down there.
Oh.
Well, won't not learn that question twice or whatever.
Warning, if you pick anything up in this game, take all of its inventory first.
Yep, that was pretty silly.
Annoying. Right, biofuel generator done.
Awesome. Oh, you're gonna want that outside. It's really loud.
You can put it outside?
I think it needs to be in an enclosed space, but it's just super loud.
Where would you like all the animal shit to go?
I don't know. I think we need another cupboard. I need to go take care of something real fast. Maybe like in the kitchen area.
What else do I need to craft?
Everyone's like, I gotta.
You're fine.
So you need one electrical wire.
What about the electricity tool?
Yeah, that thing.
Okay.
And go ahead and craft. the material processor, and you also need composite paste spec'd into. And we'll also need the electric furnace.
We have any carbon fiber made already?
I don't think so.
Okay.
What did you do with the generator?
It's in my inventory.
Sweet.
Yeah. We need 60 electronics.
Nice. Better start smelling that gold.
Oh, I did already.
Sweet.
We need to smelt more copper too.
Sweet. Hey, where do you want to set up this generator house?
Set up the what?
The generator house.
Maybe across the way, close to the cliff.
Do you mean across the water? Oh, dear lord. Ow.
No.
Oh, you doing that reset my overheating timer.
Right here.
Well, don't worry, guys. I'm gonna die. It's fine.
You jump in the water.
It's out now.
Did
Sorry.
you see where I was pointing?
No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Behind you.
Oh, okay. Very nice. Sorry, Turtle. I wonder what suit would make it better for you in the desert, like heat-wise.
A composite suit when we get this stuff done.
You're talking about the one you can buy in the workshop?
No.
Oh, you're talking about the tier 4.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, the hunter
Boss.
suit that he's wearing doesn't have any heat resistance.
Oh, that's a little
It
shitty.
actually has cold resistance.
Wow, that's dumb. Does the ghillie suit have heat resistance?
I don't know. Let's look at what the composite suit has. Yeah, composite has plus 10 heat resistance.
Nice.
We might have to do a textile bench if we want to do something else.
Sounds good to me. Your generator house is ready.
Fair warning, we might need more copper.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. Electronics is a lot.
Yes.
And it's 3 copper per, so.
Hey, Eternal, you want to go mining?
As soon as my 5-minute timer and my heat thing is away, sure.
Not gonna lie, I'm super bummed about losing all that sulfur.
Yeah, I can see any.
Yeah, right? After we did that run. Wasn't there a sulfur deposit around here somewhere?
Actually, there's a sulfur deep mining.
Where would that be?
That was back toward the surveys. Toward where we went to do the last 2 surveys.
Yeah, yep. I'm remembering. Hey, can you craft a second biofuel can? Because I don't know where, unless you have the biofuel can on you.
In here, I think.
No, I have that one. It's just the deep mining one didn't have one in it. It was weird.
Yeah, I'll craft one. It's weird. Maybe that's why it wasn't working?
Yeah, but it was also like gone. Like
Oh, like
the spot was gone. Yeah.
Do we have any aluminum? Or iron, sorry. Yeah.
That's in the stone furnace.
Yeah, we probably need more iron too, but I would focus on copper.
Sounds good.
It's in.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bother. With USAA
Where
Safe
is it?
Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save
here now.
30% on your auto insurance.
Sweet.
USAA, what you're made of, we're
Thank
made
you.
for. Get a quote today.
Extra left, Abe. Probably just play bomb.
Do you think you would be able to make that deep mining scanner?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Not half, not half.
Takes 4 electronics.
My God, man! You know you can peek by just moving 1 inch out of the wall.
I must understand
understood what you said, and I thought it was halved.
Instructions not clear.
What's not clear about not half?
I thought you said it is half.
You also had darts.
Where do you
That's true.
find it at?
It's in tier 4.
Alright, well, I'm saving.
I think I have it. I'm trying to figure out where to craft it.
Should be the fabricator.
Rush.
Yeah, it's in the fabricator. You just need 5 copper.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Shit, my keyboard just died.
We are winning today.
Push.